Check there is a lot.
Is there a reason why we're starting with Kale in the back of the room instead of like around the front?
Because almost everybody is already positioned in the back of the room, or at least we were before. That was our
I
problem.
don't think we are now. Like,
Yeah, I don't think we are now.
Okay.
Because I could get him a lot closer to the wall.
Wait.
Do we want to try to just flip everything then?
As long as it's faced towards the wall, like we just don't want it on the pedestal. Right?
Yeah, like I'm gonna give like
you guys
some
don't
space
have
for the
pedestal
pedestal.
time in phase 2, do you? In the second phase 1.
Not a ton, but like the very start of
Okay,
it,
well
we
let's.
can get some panels off.
I guess let's like move green then.
We finish by green, so like the second the phase ends, we can go to pedestals instantly.
Yeah, that's kind of the other good thing here. Maybe we just keep it. I don't know. Maybe we just keep it as is and like just like range. You guys don't need to be on blue at the start. Like you can be in the middle of the room and just make your way to blue. You just have to be there within like 10 seconds.
Is there harm going from blue to red side? Like just kite all the shit all along this wall so you have the entire area clear of fire.
I think you want to end in the front. I think that makes probably the most sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think like blue's about the furthest I can get the boss without like a speed taunt.
We good?
Yeah.
The advantage of
The back of the room, and we want to start the second like phase 1 in the front of the room, and it solved both things. I don't know. I think like there's a chance we're like kind of like overcommitting to blue. Like we just need to be there at 10 seconds. I don't know if we need to be there right away. You know what I mean? I think we're just losing downtime or uptime. So click in if you can. We got 2 occultists still, so we're gonna need to off heal. Kind of late here, but off heal these essence ones. Oh wait, it's not right.
Push it soon. 2 seconds.
All right, start getting like towards blue, but make sure you're in range of stuff.
We need to kill those not infusers, the cultists fast.
Usually they get get into that time.
They need to get kicked for them to get in my grip range.
Probably wipe, yeah.
Leslie?
Yeah, we can just run this back. Just make sure to get soul stones out.
Should be like 7 seconds.
It's just it's on this Ember Blast timer, basically.
3, 2. Okay. Yeah, so I think you just changed that to 38, and it looked like it was right on the money. Like mine worked, or at least for the first shield it worked.
They fixed that. I don't get the food buff anymore.
Oh.
I'm gonna need you to mainly more feast stubs there.
I don't want to fight that. I'll put some in the good then. Just take it out.
Can you use the warrior ability and break the shield instantly, Mac?
Yeah, I can't do that.
Kind of crazy how you can get 2 assassin leaps and the circle on you at the same time and just insta caught.
That happened to me yesterday and nobody believed me.
That was it's like red.
That might have been what happened to me a few pulls ago.
Yeah, they one-tapped me for sure.
you would find a way to bring him, dude. Almost even if Mage didn't have Arcane Intellect, I think you'd potentially consider it. But yeah, I mean, with Arcane Intellect, you need that Mage, and Fired Up is definitely a very, very strong choice. Max also uses Fired Up's perspective for that 21st player raid leading job pretty frequently. On this fight, I think he's using a healer perspective, which obviously makes a lot of sense given the nature of the fight. But often on N'Zoth, for instance, his perspective was the Fired Up perspective. All right, here we've got some meta stuff going on, though. We're going to watch Max watch Mavie do this raid.
Watchception.
Yes. That's the perspective he's looking at. Again, it has those weak auras that let him track the entire healer mana near the center of the screen, and it has those weak auras that tell you how many Kyrian vials, health stones, and health potions each of these players has available to themselves so that he can call out their usage.
I love that he called the Guardian Spirit stuff a gimmick.
Yeah, he was like, oh yeah, healers can do their minigame now.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, it's actually true. They are, like, for all intents and purposes, not playing like the same encounter as the rest of the raid.
It is very different from a usual raid fight. Yeah, this has been true every time they've done one of these healer fights, where it just feels so different from a normal fight. But I don't think that's a bad thing to have for a fight in each tier. I think it's awesome to let healers have a chance to really shine, and I think this fight does a great job of doing that.
Yeah, you did see right there, Kael'thas is starting to get over 40%, starting to quickly approach that 45% mark. And he momentarily will be...
Yeah, if they can beat this, if they can do this in the next 5 seconds, they'll avoid that Rockbound Vanquisher spawn.
That's big.
There it is. Is that going to be no Rockbound Vanquisher?
Ooh! That's big value. We'd love to see that.
How on earth have they done that?
Well, double Guardian Spirit.
They've beaten the push for that ad spawn. That's 2 ad spawns they've deleted since their first pull on this boss by just pushing faster. And so they're going to have one less tank ad and big HP sponge to deal with during this phase.
So right above Mavie's health frame, you see the Cloak of Flame coming in 7 seconds. That is a 6-second long cast that has to be DPS through very quickly. You see the Bloodlust being popped. Okay, now you're going to see Shaded Kael'thas channeling that. The Unleashed Pyroclasm needs to make absolutely sure that that shield gets broken. It does. The Abomination Limb is pulling those Phoenixes into melee.
Dude, I was telling you. That's what I was telling you. Unholy DKs, you gotta watch out. Looks like they've actually killed those Phoenixes, though, so they will respawn over there in 20 seconds. Kael'thas, once he reaches 45% here, will return up to his pedestal. The shade will go away. Looks like they're gonna have to soak one more Ember Blast before they're able to do that, but pretty well controlled in this phase. Everybody is alive going into the second main phase here.
Oh, interestingly enough, they also miss a second shield because they're able to push the boss so quickly with the Bloodlust. So that's the... Okay, we were talking about this before we had to listen in, about the advantages of Bloodlusting early versus late. That's a major advantage of being able to Bloodlust early. If you're able to miss a second cast of the damage check, that's just effective damage that's going into the boss. It's going to speed up the boss's kill time by exponential amounts because you don't have to hold DPS or like wait and stuff like that, right?
4 seconds until the next Cloak of Flames is going to show up here. You can see maybe pre-targeting Kael'thas.
GS.
Throw that Primordial Wave in there during the Guardian Spirit. Trying to pull it through.
Beat it.
Yes! They've done it. They've healed through that shield.
Okay,
That's the first time
really
they've
good.
done that.
Yeah, this is the current best pull. You do see the Occultists coming out. The Vanquisher and the Assassins are all coming out. Moonkin's doing a great job of trying to keep those Phoenixes at bay as best as they can. When's the next Cloak of Flames? The next Cloak of Flames is in 5 seconds approximately. So we will see what's going to end up being used here. You do see people getting in position to be able to try to pillar.
Looks like maybe that Cloak of Flames didn't come through. Yeah, it wasn't casting. So the DBM timer we had, they're slightly been changed since the beta version of this fight. That will be updated potentially as early as their next pull, as DBM is being updated every minute based on the data that's coming out from Limit. They're sending that over and getting DBM updated on the
Soul Infusers are spawning right now.
Yeah, so those are the ads that come in from the sides of the room and need to be stopped. There's the Cloak of Flame. Okay, there's the Guardian Spirit. They are nuking heals into Kael'thas, but they didn't know when that was going to be, so it's unclear whether they were set up.
They lay on hands it. They had to lay on hands that because it was just a GS, and then immediately he got topped through it.
Very well done. Let's see if they're going to be able to get Kael'thas to that 90% health mark before they get too many more spawns. He's almost there, 76%. At 90%, they will have the last Shade of Kelthus phase, and then it will be a hectic burn to try and kill that before it kills them.
Soul Infusers have reached their way to the pedestals. They do have chains of ice on them right now, and they're looking like they're also getting rooted.
No.
On the right-hand side, you do see those interacting with those pillars. You do see Kelthos at the top.
Kelthus is losing health, not gaining it. That's got to be a wipe when that happens. Soul Infusers cannot be allowed to reach Kelthus. Unfortunately, they've got a lot of extra fire right by where that Soul Infuser is going to land. Maybe if they manage that Shade of Kelthus phase slightly differently, they'll be able to avoid that fate.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe he understands that this is the end. And are they going to be okay? They have another GS for this Unleashed Pyroclasm. Dude, do they have GS for every single one?
I think so. Yeah, I think they by alternating Guardian Spirits, they will have one for every single Cloak of Flames on Kelthus.
Okay,
and it looks like they're going to keep this pull alive despite not having any enough healing for Kelthus, just so that they can see all of these timings. But you can see if you look at those mana meters near the middle of the screen, Maybe here is running on fumes. 4%, 1% mana left. Only Dryny and Twisted still have double digits worth of mana. Everybody is running really dry here. They will not be able to keep this pull going much longer, as there's no way they can heal up after that Soul Infuser made it to the boss.
You must be joking.
And it looks like the wipe has now been called. Players starting to die. They will give this one another try. Focusing, so the thing that wiped them that time was a Soul Infuser, 2 Soul Infusers even, on that left-hand side of the room, through all of that flame that they can't stand in, walked leisurely through it, and got to Kelthus and started draining his health that they just worked so hard to heal.
That was the new best pull by Complexity Limit. That was actually, I would describe that as an incredibly good pull. If they didn't have the Soul Infusers heal the boss, they may have actually been able to push the boss to 90% HP. That is when the second phase where he comes down as the spirit does begin.
Yeah, so there were 2 crucial points of progression that were made on this pull. The first big thing that they were able to do was push in the first phase to this first Shade of Kelthus phase before getting the spawn of the first tank ad, the Soulbound Vanquisher, which is incredible. The DPS check to do, or the HPS check to do that is phenomenal and amazing. They were able to do that. The second big thing they were able to do was heal through the Cloak of Flames after the first Shade of Kelthus phase, which they'd previously been unable to do, and this time they were able to do it every single time it came up, basically. So extremely well done. Lots of good stuff happened for them on that pull. Now they just need to clean up the the Phoenix fires a little bit. And make sure that they don't ever allow those Soul Infusers to reach the boss.
We don't have CDs at the end. I don't know if we break those shields. Maybe we do. Honestly, I think we might beat the shit out of that shield.
We have less than 2 minutes. All CDs. 2 minutes might be back up. Honestly,
We heard some comms there from THD's POV. Yeah. So, what do you think is the next big pivotal moment? Is it just beating those infusers up and making sure?
Yes, I think that once they do that, they should be able to get to 90% on Shade of Kelthus, on Kelthus, which, as you mentioned, spawns that 10% health. Execute Shade of Kelthus. Once you kill that, the fight's over. So they're really close here. They are just a couple percentage points away from getting to that final burn.
What is this, pull 6? Pull 7?
Something like that. Yeah, not very many pulls in. This would be world first if they were able to achieve it now, to my knowledge. I don't think anybody else has claimed this one just yet.
Does their comp feel gimmicky to you here?
I mean, it's certainly heavier on healers than normal, but if you look at the total amount of swaps that were made between their Huntsman comp and their Shriekwing comp, not too much has changed here. It's not like they're hard stacking anything for this fight in particular, right? They brought in like 1 extra healer. That's it.
But I mean gimmicky in regards to Guardian Spirit interaction.
Yes, so the Guardian Spirit interaction is extremely powerful. Yes, I maybe describe that as a gimmick, but it's not. They were already using Holy Priest before, right?
Yeah,
so,
sure.
It's potentially just a strong all-around throughput healer for these fights that are very throughput intensive.
Yeah, it looks like everybody was like reloading and probably importing updates from for DBEM so that they were making sure to have a little bit more accurate timers on that Cloak of Flame.
Yeah, the partnership between Complexity Limit and DBM remains strong, and so they have real-time work going in on that add-on. Every single pull, the data from that pull is used to improve DBM. If you are raiding Mythic Castle Nathria tonight, you can benefit from this as well by setting your DBM updates in your add-on manager to the alpha version rather than the release version, and then you too will get access to the newest timers learned from what happens in the Complexity Limit raid.
It's big ups.
Yeah, very, very useful for anybody that's going to be progressing these bosses tonight. The best pull so far, somewhere about 75% health on Kelthus was where it all fell apart. Although things kept going for another minute after that. A Soul Infuser reached the boss, and things fell apart from there. Looks like they're maybe getting ready to do another pull here. Of course, we've got Lighty on that Protection Warrior, which I think is one of the biggest surprises of this tier for a lot of players, is seeing Lighty on that spec.
Yeah, well, I mean, the alternative to not having the Protection Warrior is having to bring something that brings Battle Shout, like an Arms Warrior or Fury Warrior, right?
Right. We did see the Arms Warrior for the first couple fights, but this is a fight where they've cut down on that DPS Warrior, and so they just have the Protection Warrior bringing the Battle Shout, and that's definitely a lot of value.
I think that every spec on this fight is like really, really intentional as it currently stands. Like the double Warlocks for the gateways and the personal ports, I think that is like pretty intentional. I do think that they also have like a pretty decent value. And it's like the Windwalker, also like big Vivify healing and whatnot. what are you doing?
He has a view of the ceiling. He's just channeling on his font. His first order of business was just a heroic leap and then complete a full channel into that font. And he was showing us the beautiful ceiling while doing that.
So sick. Real first PoE gamer.
Yeah, very true. Okay, so here's the question, is whether they're going to be able to beat that Rockbound Vanquisher spawn again. And it looks like they might have done it already with 15 seconds to spare. I'm not sure if I'm seeing things correctly, but it seems like that might be what has just happened.
I can't
Oh, no, it's moved. Okay, the bar's been moved. So the bar moved with 15 seconds left. And yeah, 1 second to the spawn. Let's see if they beat it.
Ah, they did not beat it. Shame. Or maybe the timer is just like slightly wrong.
No, it's flying in. It has a long spawn animation, but that animation did start, yes.
Feels bad, man.
So they were a little slower on that phase 1 than last time, but it's not like this is impossible to deal with. It's just a little bit more damage that's going to have to be done later, and a little bit more tank damage that's going to be done to Scott and Lighty this phase.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the Vanquisher is going to be stacked right on top of the Shield of Kelthos, so they're just going to cleave off of the Shade onto the Vanquisher.
A lot of help, though. It will not die before the next one spawns.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
It does stack a nasty bleed on the tanks, but both these tank players are Kyrians, and Kyrians notably can clear that bleed from themselves with the Vial of Serenity. They also have 2 Holy Paladins for bot to clear bleed stacks as well if necessary. So the Rockbound Vanquisher should be manageable on the bleed stack front. Does do quite a bit of tank damage, and notably when they do their smash, it interrupts any players channeling on the soul on the essence pots. So
those birds are getting quite close, but the Shade of Kelthos is starting to drop pretty low. They need to make it to 40% HP to be able to get out of this phase.
Yeah.
Oh, is it 45? Yeah, 45.
Yes, which we've just reached, and you can see Kelthus himself being re-empowered, reabsorbing that shade, and they're moving into the healing phase once again. Gotta keep those Phoenixes under control. Looks like they've done a good job of leaving a little bit of space for melee to kill those Soul Infusers when they're close to the pedestals this time.
Great use of Chains of Yeah, great use of Chains of Ice on those Phoenixes. Chains of Ice is like the strongest slow in the game by a considerable amount as well. You do see other things such as Ring of Peace going out there to also make sure that they're away. Double Rockbound Vanquisher right now.
Yeah, they're hoping to kill that one that's low on health in the near future. That's the kind of thing where the tanks are worried about it and everybody else is like, this is unimportant. Light is fearing for his life here. Vile Occultists now spawning in. These are casters that need to be killed, not as a super urgent priority, but when they die, they drop little things that you can heal up to then give the boss a bunch of extra healing. So it's very valuable to kill them, but it's not like they pose too much of a threat while they survive. If you don't do it fast enough, though, they'll drop that. They won't be able to. You won't be able to heal the boss with them.
Now these Fiends are coming out. These Fiends kind of explode and do a little bit of damage once they do die. Not really relevant. These may be the most like trash mobs of this fight by far. They do the absolute least. Shade of Kelthos is now over 65% HP. I'm ready to see his next Pyroclasm cast. And I think the next thing that we're also looking at is the Infusers as they come out and seeing how they're going to be dealt with.
You can hear this 4, 3, 2, 1. I believe that's for the tank bleed timer. So whenever there are 2 targets with tank attacks out, you're going to hear multiple countdowns overlapping for Lighty.
Dude. Look at this. The Warrior Kyrian ability being used to just grip those Soul Infusers back into the mob stack over and over again. Very cool.
Spirit Link Totem coming out here, and yeah, the tank damage is just phenomenally high here because they have those 2 Rockbound Vanquishers out at the same time. I think that maybe if they could beat that phase 1 extra walkbound Vanquisher spawn, though, this would be a lot easier for the whole rest of the fight.
Yeah, look, those infusers have made it to the pillars, both sides, but they're doing a good job of being able to actually get them cleaned up without incurring too much.
I think that if they reach it all, it's probably not going to be possible anymore. Kelthus at 70%. I feel like they need to be pushing now, though, because the longer this phase goes, the more nasty the spawns get. You start getting these extra ad overlaps. You know, we're seeing these bleeds ticking up on the tank, and things are not about to get any better for them anytime soon, because another Vanquisher will be flying in the very near future.
More Inquisitors means more Inquisitors. Okay, Kael'thas actually does end up getting healed up there. He's at 75%. The number that we're looking for is 90. Once Kael'thas does reach 90%, then he will be immediately like dropped down into another Shade session, which at the point that the Shade dies is the point where the fight ends. So, well, I guess the Shade doesn't die, but Shade dies, kind of.
Lighty barely survives that 7 stack of his tank bleed. Will be able to taunt the Vanquisher off of Scott. And it looks like there's a bit of a respite here. And as soon as I say that, a bunch of new ads start spawning in, some more Occultists, Infusers, and Fiends. They're going to take these ads over to the Infusers so that they can cleave those down within that binding shot as well.
I wonder what they're doing on the other side with the Infusers.
Yeah, maybe mass roots, maybe just regular entangling roots. Yeah, look, I think I see a Boomkin over there. Okay, that's a Fire Mage.
There's a Fire Mage combusting into it. Now those ads are rooted.
I see. Oh,
Okay,
the healing shield has not gotten through, though. I think they just need to be out of that phase by that point, which can be accomplished by not letting those soul infusers reach the boss. I think one thing that will help them a lot as well is if they can replicate what happened 2 pulls ago when they pushed before that first Rockbound Vanquisher spawn. It doesn't look like it's that important because it's only doing tank damage, but every single time a healer has to send a global into healing a tank on this fight, that's 1 fewer global that they can put into Kelthus, and that keeps the fight going longer. So it's actually pretty important that they skip as many of those ads as possible.
Yeah, definitely a pivotal point of contention there. I do think that you're right, though. If they do miss those infusers, then that boss should be pushed there, right?
It would be close. I mean, it's a hard HPS check to hit for sure, but I think it's possible. I don't know for sure what the numbers line up like on that, but if they wouldn't quite be able to make it by then, they'd certainly be close.
Yeah, exactly. I like how they're pacing themselves for clicking those pylons as well, making sure that they are clicking them out of necessity, because once you do get a debuff, you're not able to click immediately again. So making sure that you do just click only when it's absolutely necessary is what is the name of the game currently with this.
Yeah, and channeling only for a few stacks instead of letting it stack all the way up to extra damage on you. What do you think? That aren't particularly resilient.
Yeah. So for heroic, the number was do not go over 4. 5 is pretty deadly. Do you think that is the same for Mythic, or do you think they're going to 3?
So yeah, so for those who don't know, this is the channel. When you click on those essence fonts, you get a stacking debuff on yourself that increases the damage of that health transfer without increasing the healing that Kelthus will receive. I think it's a case-by-case basis. We saw Lighty complete a full channel because he's a tank and just didn't care about taking some extra damage. Whereas somebody that's a little bit more squishy, say one of these hunters is channeling, I think they probably only want to channel maybe 2 stacks.
Okay. Seems reasonable.
We have a lot of guilds now on the scoreboard, as 10 guilds have now earned their way into this race with the Shriekwing kill. Unity making it that 10th spot. Brain Delay, Instant Dollars, and Nerd Crew just ahead of them in 9th, 8th, and 7th, respectively. We also have Vesper and Vision joining Complexity Limit, Lazarus Imperative, Blood Legion, and BDGG at 2 out of 10 with Huntsman Altimore down. No other bosses have been killed besides Shriekwing and Huntsman Altimore. Of course, the European guilds have not yet gotten their start in this raid. Their servers will be coming up in about 8 hours, and they will be able to get going as well.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how quickly Limit's going to be getting down this fight. Sun King Salvation, I suspect, is probably going to end up going down within the next... I don't see why it would last more than 5 more pulls, maybe, at the most.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely... This is the start of play... This is the first boss where there's really an opportunity to pull ahead of the pack here for Complexity Limit. It would definitely be disappointing for them if they took a long time taking this down. So they're feeling the pressure now to get this thing done with and get on towards those real progression bosses later in this tier. As well, they want to avoid having to split and go do heroic for more gear as long as possible, so that they have more tradable slots and so that they have more information about who needs which items. So the faster they can clear these early bosses, the faster they can then make it to that point where they do their heroic split and get a bunch of gear.
According to apparently Lighty's Nightbot, he is playing Warrior Quote because it's the best.
Yeah, that's Lighty. That's that'll be his answer.
Seems reasonable for him.
All right, here we go again with another pull of Sun King Salvation. This is I think the 7th pull, maybe, for complexity limit here. We're going to see if they can beat that Rockbound Vanquisher timer. You can see just above Mavy's cursor, 10 seconds left on Rockbound Vanquisher's spawn timer. If they can heal Kelthus to 45% before that timer fills up, they will avoid that spawn.
Oh, you really want to beat that.
Or does not look like they beat it, but maybe. No, Rockbound Vanquisher right to the Shade spawns. That is a heartbreaker. The Rockbound Vanquisher will be flying in from the top of the screen in a couple seconds because they did not quite beat that timer. There it is.
Beating that just seems really like RNG. Like, not RNG, but it's like tentative from pole to pole, rather.
Yeah, it does not seem reliable or consistent as of just yet. And to some extent, it might be RNG. You know, whether or not you crit that healing surge may be a relevant factor in that.
True.
The primordial wave.
Shaman Mastery coming in hot for healing low health.
Dude, yeah, is Shaman Mastery good at the start of this fight? Did that work? I thought Shaman Mastery like only worked on raid members, though it didn't work on like NPCs you're healing. I'm not 100% sure. I've heard stuff about it being weird.
I could have maybe just fabricated that. But for those who don't know, Shaman Mastery is you do more healing to targets that are low HP. I don't know if it would work on him or not.
Yeah, I'm certainly making stuff up as well about it. I'm not 100% sure, but it does seem like it. I mean, look at maybe on the healing meters right now. He is owning. He's ahead of those two Holy Paladins. Does need to watch out for his mana. Later in this fight, we've seen him run a little As of right now, though, he's doing the best of any of their healers in terms of preserving all his mana for this phase. We'll need to pump a bunch of healing surges into Kelthus over the next couple minutes, though.
Yeah, that was a swift push on the spirit, making sure that they missed the second Cloak of Flames damage burn, just by making sure that they utilize their Bloodlust really early. That's where they have deemed it to be the largest time save. So we shall see.
All right, so this is the phase now where we're going to start seeing those Soul Infuser ads. They will be coming from the sides of the room and running towards Kelthus. Oh, okay, they have to heal through Kelthus before the Pyroclasm. Wow. Barely accomplished just in time. Lay on Hands, it looks like, was used right at the end there to prevent that from being a wipe. So yes, Vile Cultists, little casters that should be killed to get a healing buff available. Assassins do a bunch of damage to your whole raid. Rockbound Vanquishers murder your tanks. And then Soul Infusers are the real killers here, because if they reach the pedestal and start channeling on Kelthus, it's almost impossible to recover from that.
You do see the Soul Infusers coming in here in about 15 seconds. We've seen a lot of issues here with damage allocation. The Soul Infusers actually making it to those pedestals. That's a pretty big issue of just like it, because it does end up doing damage to Kelthus that has already been healed up. So it's pretty scary.
Look at the control they have of those Phoenixes. Look how narrow that band of fire is on that side of the room. They're doing a great job there. You can see a bunch of ranged DPS are going and killing the Soul Infusers that are coming from the left, while the melee and the tanks are going to take care of the ones on the right, which makes sense because that's not where any fire is, so melee can actually do effective damage there. One Soul Infuser, though, is about to make it to Kelthus. It looks like it's starting to channel. Oh, no, the other one's also getting there. It got there without being slowed for a while. They're going to be able to stun it a little bit, but eventually the DR on that is going to be the end there, and you can see Kelthus's health is moving in the wrong direction for a little bit when those channel on him. Might still be okay here. They might be able to keep this pull going for a while longer. Kelthus now at 75%. Guardian Spirit goes on him.
It returns.
Almost at 80% now, Kelthus. They pick up that healing orb dropped by those infusers. And you can see it looks like Nori is the lucky winner of that honor, being the infused healer. Pumping heals into Kelthus. There's the next Pyroclasm. Needs to be healed through.
That's
not healed through. That is the end of that one.
That is quite unfortunate. Yeah, that Pyroclasm, pretty large healing check. I think whenever we had our listen in, They said 35,000, which, if that is correct, that is a fairly large shield. They're making great use of Guardian Spirit casts and whatnot to buff and to amp the other healer's HPS on it, but sometimes it's just still not enough.
Yeah, somebody in chat is asking, hi, what is Guardian Spirit? And yes, the answer is it's that Holy Priest spell with the wings. It's normally used as a tank defensive because it means if the target dies, they instead wouldn't die. It's a cheat death effect on them while it's active. But it has the side effect of making the target receive 40% increased healing. And so you use it effectively as a healing cooldown for the entire raid on this boss that is all about just healing it up to full.
It's currently 5:19 p.m. at the GameStop Performance Center, and Limit's still on Sun King Salvation. Where do you think that they're going to end up landing at the end of the day today?
I think something like 4 or 5 bosses today. 5 bosses. I'll go with 5 bosses before they leave the raid tonight. How about you?
That's I think like 4 or 5 is pretty fair. I've been surprised with how difficult Sun King Salvation is tuned thus far compared to I guess what expectations were. I think most people expected this boss to be like 1-shot, like 2-shot, and you were just gonna kind of be able to lackadaisically overheal it. But it seems like it has some pretty difficult damage timings and like healing checks. Maybe it's the strategy that Limit is doing is a little bit more run and gun. Maybe you could just take a tortoise, not a hare style approach and be able to do it easily, but
I don't think so. I think that what they're doing is absolutely the right way to do this. Just try and beat those checks. And one of the good things about any time your strategy involves beating a check is that over time, as you start pulling a boss more and more, you just start doing more damage and healing. You're more familiar with the timings. You're sequencing your spells better. And so those strategies scale really well with extra pulls. Whereas strategies that are involving like slowing down, waiting, stopping DPS, you know, having extra things spawn, all those kinds of things, a little bit less effective as pulls go on.
Okay, so I'm getting word that BDGG is 6 healing this boss. How would you feel about that?
I mean, so 6 healing is definitely strong. It's going to mean that Shade of Kelthus phase is even more challenging to beat through the DPS shield. But Complexity Limit, after struggling with it once, have been able to beat it every other time. So maybe just holding some, you know, as you mentioned, pooling some astral power for Star Surges into that makes sure you can deal with that. And yeah, I mean, I think 6 healing absolutely makes sense here.
Also, Windwalker Monk does pretty wild on-demand bursts as well, right?
Yes. Especially, dude, when there's a cloak during the last Shade, they can just touch a death that.
Yeah. Maybe 6 healing is the move. It's hard to say, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely arguments to be made for it, but also you do need those DPS players to take care of all the ads, right? If Soul Infusers reach the boss, as they have done, then it's very bad. We didn't mention it here, but they have smashed this HPS check, and there's not going to be a Rockbound Vanquisher on this pull. Things are looking great so far in this phase 1. This is the best phase 1 they've had ever.
Yeah, by a lot. So now you do see these Reborn Phoenixes getting ripped away. Actually, one of them not getting ripped away.
Close. They need to make sure that gets further away because they can't press their Abomination limbs on their Unholy Death as long as they're that close.
Is that a Sigil of Fear that I see? There was a Sigil changed into a Sigil of Fear on those ads. That's actually pretty sick. Coming out from Scott.
Yep, I think they might have some dots on them from... Oh, yep, that's the Abomination limb grip. Does get Vortex back. But yeah, those Abomination limbs
there's
really troll on this fight. There's one getting gripped into melee.
Literally nothing he could do about it. It's impossible to play her.
Yeah, my guild on Heroic, we told our DKs to just not press that button, but it looks like they've just killed off the Phoenix that did end up getting gripped in by it.
I don't think that's a terrible strategy.
And they're going to Shining Force the other one away. You can always tell when it's Shining Force because it just knocks it so far.
No, it's Thunderstorm. They got more shamans.
Could be. Could be. All right, they're making their way now into phase 2. I'll be honest here, the amount of fire on the left side of the room looks a little bit more to me than previous times. I don't think that'll be deadly to them, but they need to watch out because those Soul Infusers, they need to make sure that they're in range to kill them as they start spawning and running in.
Okay, so from our perspective right here, Limit's like left where the Soul Infusers are gonna spawn. They've been using only range DPS to be able to deal with those because they're not able to, because the range DPS will be able to pre-position right on top of them and do damage to them immediately. Whereas all of the melee have ran to the right side for those Soul Infusers because there's no fire there. So
it's going to be Nori's lay on hands to get through that very first cloak on Kelthus.
Yep.
Unfortunate there. I think they were maybe hoping to save that for a later one.
Ooh, another Sigil of Fear coming out on those Phoenixes. Scott Brexit showing the moves all the way from Europe.
Yeah, Sigil of Flame's very strong. I think he is raiding from Europe as well.
Sigil of Fear. Did we say Flames? Sigil of Fear.
Sigil of Fear, yeah, sorry. Demon Hunter Sigil is very useful in this fight. Actually, you can get good value out of chains on both the Phoenixes and these other ads. And Sigil of Silence for the Occultists. Those things are casters, and so Sigil of Silence against them very powerful. So Demon Hunter utility really showing itself here. In addition to, of course, the 5% magic debuff.
Vengeance DH has always had some of the most, if not the most, utility. It just typically has had EHP issues or, yeah, mostly just EHP issues where it's not the best. But now it's health plus sustain is pretty unmatched, so it's solid right now.
Yeah, Vengeance I think will be a very common choice for top guilds, but the pairing of it with the
Soul Infuser just ran untouched all the way up to the thing.
They cannot be happy about this turn of events. Yeah, they needed to make sure that those Soul Infusers did not do what they were just doing. But look at Kelthus' health just getting drained.
Maybe he's so mad. He's like, dude, I just healed that up. Now you're making it go away.
Yeah, you can see it's very imperceptible, but you can see those emotions just briefly touch Mavy's face before it returns to that unmoving stone face.
He's very stoic.
Yes. Implacable Mavy Cakes. Just doing his healing, doing his job. Kelthus may still be healable from this point. It looks like about 5% of his health was damaged by the infuser reaching it. Which I had assumed that any amount that much would be a wipe, but
here's a shield.
Yeah, there's a shield. Are they gonna be able to get through it? Healing wave.
No! Oh, they made it. Wait,
dude.
Was that 0.1 seconds? What was that?
Left on the shield, and they're able to heal through it. Oh my goodness! I thought for sure that was gonna be a wipe. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait a second. Hold up. Alright, so wait, where are the next Soul Infusers? It doesn't look like I don't see Soul Infusers on the timer, so they may actually be able to push this. They need 90% on Kael'thas in the top right-hand corner. As soon as he gets pushed, then they will summon the next shade of Kael'thas.
Okay, there are Soul Infusers coming out now, I think, because look at where their players are going, right? They're heading over to that left area. Yeah, Soul Infusers. There they are, coming in from both sides. If they can handle this wave, I think you're right. I think they can get this.
Looks like the Moonkins and all the range DPS on the left side. Looks like all the melee on the right-hand side being able to deal with all of this.
Cloak of Flames is going to be coming soon. They need to make sure they have enough left in the tank to heal through that. Look at the mana near the middle of the screen.
5 seconds.
Nick is almost out of mana. Everybody else also playing pretty low. Looks like that's going to be a mana potion for Nick. And there is that Cloak of Flames. Oh, look at all this
one heal
damage. They get through it.
All right, Kael'thas is at 85. Okay, his health is dropping. You do see the Soul Infuser on it, but Kael'thas only needs to hit 90% HP here. There's a lot of ads currently, but once Kael'thas does hit 90% HP, they are going to be able to get out of this space. And there's a lot of occultists.
I think they're not going to be able to reach that. Look at that. I think that this is a spawn wave that they are not supposed to hit because 30 occultists have just come to murder their entire team.
What if, and hear me out, what if they did run 6 healers and missed that set of Soul Infusers there?
I think they're good. Yeah, I think if they also just killed the Soul Infusers and no channels ever got to Kelthus, I think they would also skip that spawn of 80 million occultists, which appears to be Blizzard Entertainment telling them you've been here too long. It's time to be faster.
Their infusers have to die. Their Soul Infusers are what is currently wiping them. They are draining way too much HP from Kael'thas. Like, you may be able to... It looks like you could probably get away with having about 5% of the boss's HP drain, maybe. Anything more than that, and it looks like you're getting that extra set of occultists.
Yeah,
if you had no healing, you'd probably skip that second set of Soul Infusers, if we're being honest.
Just take all the healers out of the raid? Just have somebody go up and bandage?
No. I mean, like, if you have no healing from the Soul Infusers.
Oh, okay. You're saying if the Soul Infusers don't reach Kelthus at all and don't take away any of his health,
you may miss the second set. Like,
I think you're right. I think that would have accounted for it. If the first Soul Infuser hadn't made it to Kelthus, the second set wouldn't have spawned.
Because the boss was at 86% whenever the second set spawned. I assume that the boss lost over 4% from the first set of Soul Infusers. I guess that's maybe not 100% accurate, but yeah, there's Soul Infusers.
Yeah,
their Soul Infusers are what's wiping them right now.
All right, here we go on pull. Looks like Mavy is getting that on pull Innervate at 100 mana.
I absolutely love Mavy's UI for being able to dissect what's happening on this fight currently. Oh, look at this! Look at this nice I don't know, side third, powered by Wowhead, that's talking about the Sun King Salvation mythic mechanics. At the top, you have the Cloak of Flame, which is the shield that is either healed or DPS through, which you do see, and we've been talking about this, the Guardian Spirits being utilized a lot for those. It looks like the healing absorption shield is a lot more dangerous than the damage absorption shield. Looks like the damage absorption shield's been like pretty easily met the check-wise, where the healing one's been kind of rough if they didn't have Guardian Spirits or those pillars to be able to click at the same time. And then the Reborn Phoenix, the other mythic mechanic, is it's kind of an adaptation to the heroic variant of the fight. Basically, the Phoenixes are alive the whole entire time. There you go.
Yeah, the fact that you have to DPS through that Cloak of Flames to break that cast is kind of a callback to the Kel'Thas fight in Tempest Keep, even, which had that interrupt mechanic on the Pyroblast cast.
Why wouldn't I know that?
Yes, of course. Those of us who rated that back 12 years ago now. Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, they've missed the timer here on that Rockbound Vanquisher spawn this time, so they do have that extra ad to deal with on this pull. Not quite as good of a phase 1 push as they had last pull, but I don't think that'll be the end of the world for them.
Yeah, inconsistent Rockbound Vanquisher is kind of unfortunate, I will admit.
Somebody in chat is asking if they actually have to cast an interrupt. No, they just have to break through the shield, either the heal shield or the damage shield, and it will automatically interrupt the cast.
That'd be funny if they had a cast interrupt.
Yeah, it would be pretty funny. Shade of Kel'Thas here. Once it reaches 45%, we're going to be back into the healing phase, phase 1. That ad actually has a lot of health of the Stonebound or the Rockbound Vanquisher.
Yeah. That's unfortunately Lighty's burden to bear.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, again, it's not the end of the world, but rough pull for the tanks, and it's going to be a lot of extra damage on the raid.
Alright, so it looks like the first shield is coming out for the healers in approximately 15 seconds. I'm not 100% sure if that's accurate, just because it is a weak aura. That I'm not sure if it is the timer on the Cloak of Flames global or not, I guess is really the question.
I think it resets when the phase begins, but yeah, I mean, it could be global, I guess, and just whichever one is active gets it. I'm not 100% sure on that front either. It definitely has been updated. That weak aura and the DBM thing have been updated since.
Oh, okay. So since
the poll started, so it's different than how it behaved on beta for sure.
Okay, so it's not global then. Perfect. Interesting thought. They haven't had a lot of global timer mechanics since Zakul, so.
Yeah, the Zakul, that caused a lot of weird things in that fight. The fact that it had global timers instead of timers that reset every time you phased meant that you were stopping DPS and waiting until a mechanic before the next phase, which that was dumb. I'm glad they're not doing it again. You can see those Phoenixes are getting a little close there. A little bit more of the room is actually getting polluted by the fire. They need to knock them. Snares are on them, but they need another knock. There's going to be that shining force.
Nice shining force. So look, if you see on the left side of the screen, all the ranged repositioning, you saw a binding shot come out, rooting those ads, and on the right-hand side, you see maybe edging that way. You see the Soul Infusers slowly walking towards the right-hand side. These Soul Infusers are what has been wiping Complexity Limit. If the Soul Infusers don't touch Kel'Thas at all, I suspect that this could be a pretty quick kill.
And look at that. The ones on the left have been killed before they get anywhere close to Kel'Thas. They are just completely demolished this time. Great pull so far. Kel'Thas at 72% health and rising. We have a Cloak of Flames in 30 seconds, but this could absolutely be it.
Yeah, this is great. So yeah, as long as they beat this Cloak of Flames in approximately 20 seconds, they shouldn't get another set of Soul Infusers. I guess. It would be unreasonable, is what I'm suggesting. Kel'Thas is over 75% HP, so basically all they have is the shield, and then they have the burn.
All right, so we got Nori here, innervated. He's picked up those orbs from the infusers dying, and he is just destroying those healing meters right now. Unleashed Pyroclasm starting as Kel'Thas gets his Cloak of Flames. It's finished with a second to spare. Very, very good for Complexity Limit here.
You do see those fonts being channeled there. Kel'Thas is over 84% HP. How much longer do they have on the ads? Okay, it looks like they have a decent amount of time before the next set of ads end up spawning. So as long as they are able to keep everybody topped, the Kel'Thas will hit 90%, and then another shade will end up spawning. This is actually pretty dangerous for how much tank damage is going to be incurring, but this will be the best progression pull that we've seen thus far. Maybe even kill territory at this point. So we do have the boss phase right now.
Shade of Kel'Thas is going to be spawning here. Soul Infusers are coming as well. Actually, those need to be stopped. Those Soul Infusers need to be stopped because if they reach the boss, they will damage the boss and heal Shade of Kelthus. So they need to be killed as well here. A lot of stuff going on here. Shade of Kelthus also getting targeted here. You can see Chains of Ice coming on those Soul Infusers that's getting stunned as well.
There's a lot of Phoenixes.
Ice Block coming out for that soak rather than having the damage on the raid. Maybe they will be sacrificing players to get targeted later than now. Soul Infusers have been killed. Are there any on the other side? Ooh, maybe has Ankh. Maybe has Ankh. Is he going to Ankh here or is this a wipe?
He knows that a wipe is incurring. Soul
Infusers stealing.
Soul Infusers. Yeah.
Shade of Kelthus stealing. Yeah.
Those Soul Infusers cannot spawn. It is basically an instant wipe if the Soul Infusers spawn.
It seemed like they were only a couple seconds away from the Soul Infusers spawning, though. So I think they've got this. If they can just do the same thing, but with like 2 seconds faster in that phase, then they are vibing.
I like the pacing of this fight. I didn't expect this fight to be 1,000 miles an hour, considering how this fight felt on Heroic, because this fight felt like a slow kind of like trickle. But on Mythic, it's definitely a torrent. I like it. It's pretty cool.
That is, I think, their 10th pull completed now with the boss almost ready to be killed. They've seen the last phase. They just need to get there with a few less ads, and they should be in great shape. Can you believe that this is the 3rd boss of the raid?
We're in for a long week right now.
Yeah, this, I mean... You know, in Nihilotha, in Bod, in Eternal Palace even, after the first day, we were just watching the last boss pretty much the whole time. I don't think that's going to be the case this raid. I think that we're going to see slowly 1 through 7 out of 10 being done over this whole week.
Like you said, 5 bosses tonight. I think that is fairly reasonable, but it's I feel like they won't get until Stone Legion Generals until maybe like Thursday or Friday.
Looks like they're having a little bit of a rethink of strategy here.
No, what they're saying is we have to beat those Soul Infusers. We do not.
That makes sense, right? That appears to be the case. But how are they going to do that, right? They need to do more healing to Kelthus somehow.
Well, did you see Maybe laughing?
Yeah, maybe is.
Max, you know what Max just said? Just heal forehead. Heal the boss, bro.
Yeah, the fact they're able to make this happen with just 5 healers in the raid when other guilds are using 6 is definitely a testament to the skill of these 5 healers on the Limit roster. We're seeing some players now running away from the raid. Looks like they might be considering a swap or a summon of players or something.
I think their comp is actually quite good on this fight. What would you drop if you had to drop anything? Like maybe the DKs would be the only thing that you could really drop here.
Yeah, so you could swap a DK for... Do they have a 6th healer available? Is the question. Is that something they'd even want if they could? I mean, the DKs have been doing an important job as well. Death Grips, Chains of Ice have both been very valuable.
But you don't need 4. More my point is that you don't need 4, right?
All right, looks like they're getting ready for a pull here. As we can see, the Fleshcraft pre-channeled by all of the members of the Necrolord Covenant in the raid. That's Mavie and those 4 Death Knights. Nobody else in here will be using that Covenant.
What?
We need those. GS does not apply.
All right, let's listen into some comms on this pull, powered by Blue Microphone.
Well, still click quick.
Well, clicking quick is kind of a problem because, yeah.
Good shit, lit. Let's go.
3's
Middle
open.
right.
We need a backup for 4 after he's picked.
One's open.
Far right.
2's open. You gotta get this kick on those.
Come on, we just gotta fucking pie the boss.
3's open.
Help. Yeah.
Middle right.
I'll get 1 next.
Is it
Middle
worth
right's
for
still
healers
open.
to click? Because they never have a debuff.
No.
Middle right still open.
We can in a secondary. 2 seconds. Yeah, I got 2.
Unless you guys pop the fuck off right now, we're getting it.
Now we got it easy here. Popping off.
I'm healing him.
Come on. Nice. Kill.
Red lag.
I'm getting lag. Was lagging? Yeah, we're good now.
Yeah, it's fine.
Anyone lagging?
He's
Watch
not gonna,
dots, watch dots.
You have to go shade here. You have to go shade. You cannot touch him. Maybe you're just going to Spirit Link if he casts that shit in the raid.
We had really shitty fires last time. Stack up better.
Yeah. If he casts this, just Spirit Link.
We're good.
Right to the edge. Don't go too far. Don't go too far.
Yeah.
Come back.
Come back. Yeah.
4.
Healers do damn. We're gonna tie
After
the
this,
next
it's gonna be
thingy. Just keep damaging. We're gonna tie the next circle and dome it.
Okay. Cloak of Flames.
3, 2, 1.
This is Domi
Soak
and maybe
this, and then
tied.
you wait. Yeah.
Right on the edge. Don't go too far.
Don't do a bad. Yeah. Move.
4,
Keep damn.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, we beat it easy. It's fine.
Goop,
CC. You ready to click, DKs?
Coming in.
Milk this guy.
2,
There's no vanquish,
You guys
so
know-
just click insta.
Moonkins, you guys can click now.
We just hit these phoenixes.
Yeah.
I need to slow them. I'm channeling. I can't
Just make sure they're
good.
even.
That's good.
It's
Thanks.
fine. The DKs are able to go
ring
soon.
next guy.
All right, on Vanquisher, if you guys are not clearing.
Never mind.
In 18 seconds, it's going to be THD to Frauda Guy Dose
Alright,
Wolf
back to
Disco.
slow. You can dot them and passively cleave them.
You're full channeling too. He's going to concussive smash right now.
6 seconds on
It's after
shields.
this. Yep.
Get ready to click.
Ready to
Quick knock
off
again if
heal
you
in
got it.
3, 2, 1. Off heal
Jesus
boss.
up, go clicks.
I've sigil in 6, so I'll have it for when the
Play?
points as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
Throw kicks whenever you can.
Scott, your sigil is up, correct?
Don't mess up these essence funds.
Okay,
We did
do
it
it
last
delayed.
time.
Yeah. I'll do it when they're broken.
Pretty
You
sure
can
it's
only-
GS at the
it's
start
still
of that
delayed.
phase, by the
I'll
way.
tell you when.
Yeah.
We can just have a
sure.
Moonkin, Typhoon,
Okay, yeah.
Diamond, and then use the shit.
You got
us,
thing? Yeah, I'll have it in 10 seconds.
Okay. E-beams.
Essence fonts in 30 seconds, healers. You'll have more essence fonts.
Don't.
Chase it, no.
I want you to.
the essence fonts, Max. If you can,
Don't
you can break the
heal
assassin,
them out.
assassin,
I want you
assassin,
to. I want you to him the essence fonts.
Okay,
before
I got
the
it
shield
together.
nick.
Okay.
10
Get on
seconds on
sigil,
the
sigil
users.
now.
Yeah, 10
No more
seconds on
dots.
infusers and healers, and 10 seconds is the healer absorb thing.
Get in position for infusers.
Healer absorb, which healers are doing
Essence fonts now,
entirely in
essence
5
fonts now,
seconds.
essence
Heal
fonts
essence
now.
fonts right
Him
now,
now,
all of
Nick.
them.
Him now, Nick.
Druid, can
I'm
you
gonna
watch those?
bind these really late since they're spread out.
Yeah, so
We got
Perfect.
it.
Druids, can you
Yeah,
watch
it's easy.
those phoenixes?
Yeah, I'll board watch it.
Alright, keep them.
Shit on infusers here.
No slows from us.
I'm just gonna bind this one.
One
They're so
diffuser.
split up.
Yeah. nice.
Goop came early.
I want to save
Me too.
salves. Twisted, you can him
Ranged
like
help on
maybe.
fire
we're back to
infusers.
slow.
Help on fire
the-
infusers.
Actually, maybe
Go in
save it for the
different
next
Go back to
shield.
slow. You can dot
Block me,
this one.
Nori.
Try and hold it till the next shield. but
Can any
use it
ranged
first
channel
turn.
right now?
Still on this infuser.
Twisted,
I
not
can
clearing.
channel. 5.
I can
Yeah,
get
do it.
one.
There should be no raid damage.
Channeling 2.
This is
Dot
Twisted's
infusers.
GS. Remember when Nori calls it? Nori called on the last orb.
Yep.
And Sang innervate Nori when he calls for the GS.
Okay, Nick,
Apex
knock
Seven.
Get
it
the
down.
Phoenix out.
You're lost.
Innervate him. Innervate
Man,
Nori.
don't do it.
Yes.
Yeah, I see.
15 seconds healer shield. 15 seconds healer shield. Who can
Kill,
channel?
kill the high phoenix.
Look,
I
I'll
can
do it,
channel.
I'll
I
do
can
it.
channel. I can channel.
Okay, it's going to be in
Okay,
6
one
seconds.
minute.
6 seconds. 6 seconds.
And it's Nick's GS,
Gonna
and
carry
then
over.
Twisted him. I
Just
think.
GS now. We can just
3,
blast him.
2, blast
Yeah.
the fucking boss. Heal the fuck out of the boss and then get him to 90. Blast the fucking boss.
Actually,
nice.
hold your hand. Hold your hand. Hold your hand.
Yep.
I got interrupted.
Okay, we're pushing boss right now.
We push here.
We just have to heal through the
Phoenix is
Vanquishers and blast
respawning.
boss. We have to heal through
Let me
Vanquishers
get
and
in
blast
what's
boss.
Do you have
Don't
sigil? Do you have
save
sigil?
CDs. Save CDs. Healers.
Yeah, just
that
sigil
is.
the Phoenixes and make sure they're slowed.
Grab this.
Get on the shade
yeah.
now. Get on the
I'll
shade now.
vortex
You
them.
have? Alright,
All you have to do
Darky,
is
do it.
positioning here.
Darky, put a spell in my
Maybe
head.
Spirit Link first, Ember Blast. Spirit Link now. Spirit Link now. Spirit Link now. Now. Now.
Next out. Nothing else.
Good. Watch
Who's,
Ember Blast.
Who's MZ? Who's MZ?
Ember Blast
Let me
and then
get the
move to the
next
right
one.
and get to the wall.
I'll do
Darky
it.
Rally.
Double, that's fine.
Help me,
Darky
Johnny.
Rally.
Wait for
Devo Driney. Devo Driney. Devo Driney. Here
Nori
comes the
sack
first
Scott.
shield.
Nori sack
Shield in
Scott,
10,
and
shield in
then
10.
First shield in
Move,
10
move,
seconds.
move.
You need to save CDs. First
Twisted
shield in 10
him.
seconds. You need to
Twisted
save
him
Arm
CDs.
in now, arm in now.
Nori Devo. Nori Devo.
Twisted him, and then you can salve. Just fucking send it.
Break it. Break the fucking shield and we kill it. Break the shield. Oh,
Yike.
that's fucking.
Do we need pots?
How close is it? I don't think we need pots for the first
Do you
one.
not have 2 minutes up there?
Destroying that. No, not yet.
No.
They're coming in like three
We have armor.
Definitely save pots for there.
We can definitely push faster. I'll GS at the start of that phase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because mine's delayed.
If you guys are sick, is there a reason to even use DPS pots on pull? Because it's 5 minutes now, right?
On a poll, no, we're using
No,
on the first
I don't think anyone's using
thing,
it.
but we don't need it.
A heartbreaker pull there and Lexi limit. Just a damage shield with a few thousand points left on it separated them from potentially being able to kill it on that pull. Very well done, though, reaching that phase as cleanly as they did.
Yeah.
Here's some discussion at the end about them thinking they maybe need the Bloodlust for that phase rather than using it for the first damage phase as they have been doing.
I don't know. I think the Bloodlust for the first damage phase makes a lot more sense in my mind. Purely based on with just Bloodlust. They were talking at the end about maybe just saving their damage potions, which now are a 5-minute cooldown in this expansion, but I think that they may end up having two potions on this fight.
Yeah, I think that the 2 damage phases are separated by less than 5 minutes, so I'm not sure you can potion both of them. But
oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I think if you potion like on pull, you'd get one during the potions with Bloodlust because they're multiplicative, right? You get a little bit more benefit out of it theoretically. Or whether you use one for one phase and then one for the other phase, so that you make sure you have enough to beat the check both times, because that damage absorb shield is a huge DPS check.
I love how Twitch chat during the whole entire thing is like, how do they even raid like this?
There's
like
a lot of voices.
4 people talking at once, and it's like, having raided in an environment similar to that, where like sometimes you'll just have 4 people talking. I understand like what is being called and like what is like super important. It's like dodge, like that means that the boss frontal is aimed at you. You have to move, is what that means. Looking at, but while that only is said like twice, you can still hear dodge over the voice of like Devo now.
3, 2.
Yeah, it's incredible actually, the ability to like compartmentalize all the different voices you're hearing. It's definitely a skill in this sort of environment because there's a lot that needs to be said and different people need to hear different things of that.
Exactly. And it's like you understand the voice and like what the call out means. Like something coming from Lighty is probably referring to like the tank, where Max is like saying Nori's name actively. He's like, Devo, Nori Devo. All
right, so let's see if they're going to be able to beat that Rockbound Vanquisher check. 20 seconds until that spawns. Kelthus needs to reach 45% to not spawn that ad before them.
How consistent do you... dude, this Rockbound Vanquisher is like on the... 4 seconds. Oh gosh, 2% on the boss. Nope, they missed it. They got the Vanquisher. Feels bad, man.
Mighty unfortunate there. That's okay though. They can deal with this ad. They would just prefer not to. You can use Dragon's Breath to stop that Return to Stone cast on the assassins. Actually, most effects like that, Dragon's Breath, Sigil of Fear, even the Door of Shadows Disorient from one of the Venthyr Soulbinds, all of those can be used. Any Disorient effect can be used to stop the Return to Stone from the assassins. So look out for that when you're playing this, yeah.
Yeah, they actually skipped the Vanquisher, by the way.
Yeah, very well done. Nice
timer on DBM, slightly off, maybe.
Yeah, usually it's hard to tell because it has a 10-second spawn animation. So if they're late, then it still spawns even though it doesn't look like it's there. But this time they were able to actually beat that.
So they did elect to Bloodlust this phase right here on the Shade. So there was some communication and conversations about when they wanted to Bloodlust and maybe swapping it up, but electing to just run it back with the same Bloodlust timing. I actually think that running it back with the same Bloodlust timing makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, there was some discussion. Somebody suggested in comms after that poll that they maybe needed to Bloodlust the last phase, but it looks like they didn't agree, and they're mostly going to use it still on the first damage phase there.
I think damage potioning is the right call. Not
they have execute abilities during the second one as well because Shade spawns at 10% health the second time. So if they just use stuff like Touch of Death on that, if they have Lighty with Shattering Throw again, which is very effective against it because it is a it is an absorb shield.
Yeah,
all of that will be very powerful.
2, 1.
Also, notably, you can't channel these fonts whenever some abilities are going on or you're being like targeted by abilities. Notably, this Rockbound Vanquisher does his slam. If you get touched, like any damage taken by the slam while you're channeling that pillar, then it just completely breaks it. There's also the ad that spawns at the very beginning. He does his castigation, I think is the name of the cast, on all the players. And if you get touched by the castigation, then it will also break your channel.
2, 1.
Bunch of ads here around the board. None of these are too damaging. A lot of them look pretty scary, but there's really only one priority ad. That is the Soul Infusers when they spawn. Everything else needs to be taken care of before it overwhelms you, but none of it will do anything urgently important. Besides the Occultist, which you do want to kill to drop those Healy things as soon as possible. So that's also a high priority.
Yeah. Soul Infuser's coming out here in approximately 3 seconds. You're going to see Lighty leap to the right-hand side and make sure he ends up dropping his Kyrian ability that will grip those Soul Infusers back in. It's actually... I think it's perfect for a fight like this or a situation like this to be able to make sure that those mobs are grouped up permanently.
3, 2, 4, 1, 3, 2, 1, 4,
Let's take a look at Keltis' health here. 75% and rising. Going to be a Cloak of Flames soon that they'll need to heal through, and then they will just need to burst heal. It looks like his health is moving up pretty slowly right now, but that's a little bit deceptive because as soon as these Soul Infusers die, they drop healing orbs that Nori is going to use to dramatically empower his healing. He's going to line it up with Innervate and with Power Infusion. And he's just going to blast healing with wings into the boss there. You can see he's pumping with 2 stacks of that buff. Then he should be able to go up and pick up the other stacks to refresh and extend his existing buff.
Look at Kelthos' health. They GS'd him. Oh, okay, GS straight into the second GS. So they're trying to beat this. Okay, Kelthos has reached 90% HP. They're skipping extra ad waves. Ooh, this is really, really good. So they're going to have that Spirit come out here in just a second. There is a Rockbound Vanquisher that's spawning with a couple of Assassins, but they did end up missing some different ads.
1, 4, 3.
Yeah, they've got a couple things going on here, but they don't have infusers. There's the Spirit Link Totem for the blast. So the big thing is going to be that shield on Keltis, which should be spawning fairly soon. If they can break through that, they will be in good shape. Blazing Surge comes out next. 6 stacks of the bleed on Lighty. He's taking so much damage. 7 stacks. He's taking both of those ads.
1, 4, 3.
DQing it off? Oh, he bopped it off. Yeah.
And canceled it. There's the Unleashed Pyroclasm. They need to DPS through this. 1 second left, and they stopped. They've gotten through it. Okay, they're in good shape here. They just need to finish the last 2 million of the health here. They're going to soak this blast again. Maybe they're going to get another shield, so they feel like they need to keep everybody alive. 1 player goes down. There's Dosu on the Hunter. Everybody else, though, is being kept alive. Lighty taking so much damage.
The Phoenixes are in melee. They need to... knock
them. They're out of stuff to use against that. Maybe gets targeted by the soak.
Lighty's gone down, by the way.
Lighty is down. God, they have no tanks here left. Shade of Keltis is going to cast that next Unleashed Pyroclasm. And it's going to be a heartbreaking 2% wipe for Complexity Limit.
So they're absolutely getting a second one. The Pyroclasms. I don't see a world where they beat the second Pyroclasm unless they move the
maybe with Bloodlust. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I'm not sure though.
Love the bop to be able to reset Lighty's stacks of that bleed from the Assassins. I thought that was absolutely great. Really, really hard into the fight. This fight is very fast paced.
They are so close though. I think if they could get there one more time, it is certainly looking killable for this guild. They're definitely under pressure, though. You know, spending 12 wipes on the third boss of the tier is not something that Complexity Limit has done in the past, really.
Is it going to foretell an interesting story of this whole entire tier, Jatnos?
I'm just not sure how I'm ever going to kill this boss. This is wild.
I'm sitting here looking at this. They got double Holy Priest, and I'm sitting here thinking, man, our healing comp, I don't know what we're going to run on this fight, too. I don't know how I'm going to kill this boss either. Maybe out here it, I guess? I don't really know what we're doing.
Sounds like they're revisiting their Lust discussion, maybe thinking about actually moving that to the last phase. That will make the last phase easier, but it'll make the first damage phase a lot harder, as they have to re-progress that without Bloodlust. I think they might have enough damage to make that work, but it will certainly be tight, and it may become a source of problems for them.
Well, deal is that they're going to get a second Unleashed Flame shield, almost certainly. But you could potentially be able to pace your offensive cooldowns a little bit better towards the beginning of the fight versus towards the end. And the advantage of Bloodlusting late is that you're going to be able to utilize some of it for ad cleanup on stuff like, I don't know how many Rockbound Vanquishers that was, like 3. And all the little ads and whatnot. So you would be able to utilize it for cleaning up some of those ads. Does it make you skip the second?
I'm not sure if the second shield of the last phase is particularly skippable. Maybe.
That's what I'm thinking. Because they're at 3.5, right?
Yeah, I don't think the Bloodlust would increase their damage by 50%. No.
Yeah,
so I don't think it. But maybe, maybe they could do more damage because it was a cleaner pull otherwise, and then Bloodlust gets them over the finish line. It's possible.
Yeah. And I mean, like, having to save damage because you're not going to beat the check versus pushing every single thing out to try to just like sprint past it could potentially be a thing as well, because like pooling damage is not very often, it's never efficient, right?
Looks like we have a summoning stone out. Maybe people are changing conduits, because of course if you want to change conduits, you need to Hearth to go and do that, right? You can't
Maybe
swap them
somebody just
out.
clicked release on accident, man. The more likely scenario here.
Maybe. I'm just posing some options here for what might be happening. All right, looks like everybody is within range now. They are ready to pull. Let's see if they can get it this time. It's definitely a commanding pull from them last time, so I think at 3.5%, they absolutely know that any single pull could be it from here.
Yeah, that was really close. They're starting to get to the point where it's like any full territory, which is kind of weird because this is like third boss in the instance, and we're like,
yeah, I have a feeling this one's actually going to feel pretty rewarding to kill, which normally is not true for a third boss of Raid, right? Do you remember the feeling of killing Jadefire Masters or Wrath of Azara? You know, Mott.
Mott.
Mott. Not a particularly, that was a boss that was one shot by several guilds, right?
Yo, Vectis owned though.
Vectis was sweet. That was a cool fight back in Old Year.
That was a third boss. That instance, Mother was second.
Yeah, Crucible Storms didn't even have a third boss. That's how hard it was back then.
I hate you. That's not what that means, man. You can't be saying that.
Maybe taking a look at some secondaries there. He's just so sad about how his secondaries are looking.
He said, "Oh my goodness, that ring, man! That ring that I got from that box earlier. I'm so sad."
That was actually really unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah. Hardest third boss of all time. Hell yeah.
Okay, that is true. Yes. I much prefer this though. I think that the designing raids this way, where the raid is harder, is fantastic. I'm excited to have a tier where the third boss matters again.
I hope you have to wipe on this boss like 35
I'm sure I will be. Yeah.
Yeah. I may get stuck here for a while too, man.
One thing is, these complexity limit players, their item level is like what, 205, 206 right now. So it's higher than almost everybody's is right now. But it's not higher than we will be in a week, right? In a week, we'll be much higher item level than this, and so that might allow other guilds to take care of this boss without it needing to get nerfed or whatever.
Yeah, that's actually a fairly good point. The complexity limit guys have stocked up on a decent amount of BOEs and whatnot, so they do have a decent gear advantage over what is most other guilds that would be progressing on this boss, like later tonight, tomorrow.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
And notably, they haven't done their heroic splits yet. I think from the way it's looking to me this tier, I think maybe you kill the first 1 or 2 bosses on Mythic, but I think a lot of guilds are going to be going to heroic that would otherwise be going right into Mythic this week.
That is immediately probably what most guilds should and could do, is just first 2 bosses, and you're like, all right, we're going heroic, and you're like, all right, run it back.
All right, they have failed to beat the check this time, as the Vanquisher is going to spawn. Maybe not too much of a problem, but it looks like the Bloodlust is not being used here. Normally, you'd see the Time Warp Sated icon just above Mavy's own health bar, but it is not currently there, so they are going to be doing the last phase with Lust. That does mean that this phase will be a much tighter DPS check than it has been in the past, so look for this to be actually pretty difficult, but if they can get out of the woods here, they have an extra resource for that last phase that'll be really valuable.
They're going to get a second Cloak of Flames, 100%.
There's the first Cloak of Flames, unleashed Pyroclasm cast, interrupted extremely rapidly, so that they had 3 seconds to spare there. They are looking good.
Next one is in 20 seconds. Can they beat that?
Maybe.
They may be able to beat that. Wait a second.
Frontal connects with Mavy there, goes to 10% health. Is going to be able to just barely survive, though.
6 seconds on the Cloak of Flames.
Looks like they're probably going to have to deal with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
After this Ember Blast is going to be that Cloak. There's the anti-magic zone. Fire Strike on the tank, and here comes the Unleashed Pyroclasm. They have to DPS through this damage shield. They have 2 seconds left to do it. 1 second, 0 seconds, and that is going to be a full team wipe.
Yeah, so the reason that they're getting that is because of changing an allocation of timing of Bloodlust. They want it for later in the fight. So they're going to have to realign cooldowns to make sure that it
yes, so the first one they were able to DPS through in 3 of its 6 seconds very easily, but that's because everybody was using their burst cooldowns then, right? We had combustion and stuff going into that one, and there aren't any available for that second one unless they move them around, which looks like they're probably going to have to do.
I do kind of wonder if they tried to overcommit on the boss itself and try to beat it before the cloak, because they were really, really close.
They were somewhat close, but I actually don't think it's going to be reliably possible without Lust.
Yeah, I saw stuff like Trill's Karma coming out, which I suspect he's just karmaing and standing and stuff, but it wasn't during the shield cast, right? So it's like...
yeah, so those sorts of things can be moved so that they will be in the shield, yeah?
Yeah, kind of thing. That was more of my point. I don't know what their intentional strategy was there.
Somebody's asking, what's the add-on that puts text on people's heads with warning, time left on mechanics and stuff? It's actually just, Mavie has an add-on that changes how /say boxes look above people's heads. And then everybody else has add-ons that are counting down in /say. Pull timer comes out for pull number, is this going to be pull number 13 or pull number 14 here for complexity limit on Sun King Salvation?
14.
4, 3, 2, 1.
This is like, how long have they been on this fight?
Hour and a half?
Something like that, yeah. Seems like. Their strategy for healing is, we haven't talked about it in a hot minute. The strategy for how they are healing up Kael'thas is actually quite nice. They're utilizing Guardian Spirit. You can see it being, you can see the icon, it's like the angel icon on the top right hand corner next to Kael'thas. They're chaining Guardian Spirits into one another to be able to either beat the Pyroclasm shield, or they're utilizing it just to heal up Kael'thas, because one of the effects of Guardian Spirit is that the target that has GS on it does take increased healing, and that also counts stuff like these pillars that are being channeled. So.
Yeah, Kael'thas needs to reach 45% health before that Rockbound Vanquisher bar fills all the way up. If it doesn't happen, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, it looks like that they will be getting that ad spawn this time, yeah. Just barely missed the DPS check for that. So they'll have an extra tank ad to deal with. It's not catastrophic, but it isn't great either.
Oh, yep, right there.
Now they're once again going to be dealing with the Shade of Kael'thas without the Bloodlust. AMZs will be used on each of these Ember Blasts. That's one of the strengths of having 4 Unholy Death Knights. Not only do they bring tremendous damage this patch, even after a sizable nerf, they have that anti-magic zone, which is very powerful. It removes the need for Discipline Priests for barrier, and they can use 1 for every Ember Blast in this phase, basically.
Yeah, I love how Limit is stacking up like this. They're making sure that they are just all in melee the whole entire time to be able to soak the Ember Blast as a 20-man raid, as opposed to having it be off on some people, potentially relying on immunities or whatnot. So it's great strategy.
All right, here comes the second shield on Kael'thas in 6 seconds. They were able to get through the first one with a little bit less damage this time, so maybe they're saving some cooldowns here for the second shield. Here comes Unleash Pyroclasm. 6 seconds to go before it explodes and kills the whole raid. 2 seconds left. 1, 0. Wow, 0.5 is when it will be beaten. Very well done. Kael'thas reabsorbing his shade now and go back to the healing phase.
Johnny dies and immediately gets battle res.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. They're now short of battle res, but other than that, there should be no permanent ramifications from that.
Shade of Kael'thas is now being absorbed back in. Upside, they have now beaten this phase without utilizing Bloodlust, so they're going to be able to have it for later on in the fight. Basically, now the key points of this are going to be the Soul Infusers and those Cloak of Flames casts being able to be healed through.
Yeah, they were able to take care of that phase without Bloodlust and with a tank ad spawn. So if they're able to do that, they can do it with any set. Like that's worst case, right?
Yeah, absolute worst case.
All right, there's the healer shield. Unleash Pyroclasm stopped with 1 second to spare.
Oh, Lighty goes down. They don't have a battle.
They don't have a res though because they had to use one on Dryny earlier. Their res will be up in 15 seconds, so they can maybe live till then.
Oh,
this is going to be tough.
Okay, well, one holy.
Okay, now we have a healer down as well, so it is over. The wipe has been called. They will be trying again here. Yeah, I think if they could stop that first tank ad from spawning, it would be good. But the problem is that it's not a DPS check; it's an HPS check to do that, and the HPS is very, very tight already.
Yeah. This fight's brutal on both fronts to the point where you like, it's a controlled damage and controlled healing fight. Yet it's also like high octane and almost a sprint kind of a deal. It's an interesting take on this fight. I thought that this fight was going to be kind of lame and you're just going to kind of overheal it, but I thoroughly enjoy this fight a lot more now that I have seen how it's supposed to be played.
Yeah, I mean, even the heroic version, but looking at this mythic version, it looks like this is a serious fight with a lot of stuff going on.
Look at fired up top in the meters too.
Yeah, he's owning that fire cleave for free when you're just DPSing the priority target.
Yep,
very valuable here for damage. Looks like they're having a little think before doing this next pull. Nobody needs to get summoned or anything though, so they're just sorting out the strategy. Maybe having a discussion. I don't know. If I was them, I would be
maybe
focusing
looks
on
tired, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is rough. Stretching his eyes a little bit as the pull timer comes out.
Do you see that shield being nerfed before EU goes live? No, I don't see the shield being nerfed at all. I bet that shield lasts for months.
Yeah, I think again that this is going to be a fight that gets nerfed by gear, maybe by actual nerfs, but I don't think that they will give this fight actual nerfs this week. I think that the only things that you're likely to see nerfed during Race to World First are like after several days of progression against bosses, they nerf stuff like the Ajara nerf cycle, where stuff that they feel like is actually just too hard for World First. But other than that, this fight should probably exist in this state for quite a while.
Yeah.
And by the time most players are reaching this and dealing with it, they'll have a lot of extra gear compared to Complexity Limit from those extra heroic runs, from those extra Great Vaults. So it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
I'll be honest. I feel like this fight is pretty reasonable once you do have a decent amount of gear. I just think right at this moment they are.
Yeah. It's going to be really hard for guilds that reach this like tonight or these next couple days, but don't have the BOEs, right? Because they will both be less geared than Limit and trying to do the same fight. That's going to be really challenging. But for everybody else, everybody who does heroic before getting here, everybody who comes here in a couple weeks, it should be a lot easier as a result of having more gear. They do not beat the check. The ad has spawned.
Nice gate.
Yes.
Are they starting this? They're starting this a little bit further.
Positioning, yeah. So
yeah.
This is going to allow them to start the fires further back. It's meant that they had to do a little bit more work with the moving the Phoenixes that far away, but look, the gateway facilitated that movement pretty quickly. So a good little iteration on strategy here should allow them to save a little bit more of the front of the room for later.
Yeah. So basically what we're trying to say is previously they were starting maybe about here in the room, and they were having fire basically over those pillars. Now they're starting more central to the left side and making sure that the fire is now way more left as opposed to where it was previously.
All right, here comes the second shield that they need to DPS through. They need to get through this within 6 seconds. 1 to go. Ooh, easy. Second again. And they are pretty reliably now getting that with half a second to spare. Look at that Phoenix, though, getting knocked away, and immediately Abomination Limb grips it back in. That is not what you want to see for, unfortunately, Atlas's Abomination Limb there.
Eric ends up getting hit by the frontal and going down. Immediate battle res comes out, but they no longer have that available for somebody else later on in the fight.
Frontal goes through again. Look at all the fire across the room. I imagine that this is going to be a wipe situation here. Look at how much fire they've just spread all over the room.
Yeah, there's a lot of fire right now.
Cauterizing. They're having to move back towards the boss.
Yeah, Mighty goes down.
Oh, no, it has been called. Yeah, you can see they are running into the fire. That phase got a little bit away from them that time, so they're kind of re-progressing it without Lust now. But the benefit is, once they get that figured out, they know the rest of the healing phase, and they'll be able to get to the last damage phase and have Lust for it, and they should be able to kill it from there.
Yeah, it's a change of position of where they were grabbing the boss too, so it's like there's a few positional things that need to be changed and adapted to. Interesting question from chat. Why not go do heroic splits now? It seems like they're very close to meeting the checks. Gear would help? Question mark?
Yeah, so gear would help them on heroic, but the later they can delay heroic, the more information they'll have about who needs which items, the more items that will be tradable from that heroic split. So for these guys, it makes sense to delay it as long as you can until you get to a fight like maybe Sludge Fist, where you really need to optimize your gear as much as possible. So I expect that it'll be later. I expect that we'll start seeing heroic splits coming out maybe around Thursday, when they feel like they have like a couple characters in specific that they need to gear. Also, one thing about heroic splits is that they can be used to choose an alt and funnel gear into it. That's something that we saw them do in Nyalotha when they decided they actually wanted like a Resto Shaman on Il'gynoth that they hadn't planned. That is definitely an option there.
Definitely an option that they could do. But in the meantime, we will be going to break momentarily while the Raiders are also taking a break. So make sure that you guys stand up, stretch, get water, whatever. We will be back momentarily after this break.
Hello and welcome to Complexity Limits Guide to the Heroic Kalthus Encounter, written and produced by Crazy Puck in coordination with Complexity Limit, presented by Herman Miller. Kalthus is a single-phase fight with a special ad that'll spawn twice throughout the encounter. It's a similar overall fight style to Volithria Dreamwalker, if you remember that from way back in ICC. Instead of killing a boss, your goal here is actually to heal Kalthus from 10% up to 100%. There's a variety of ads that'll be spawning to try and stop you from accomplishing this. Kalthus himself is chained up on a ledge at the very front of the room and can be directly healed. Let's start by going over the types of recurring ads. Bleakwing Assassins will port behind a random player, indicated by a red circle, and then do a flurry at them. This hits anyone in an 8-yard cone. Don't stand in this, it hurts. If an assassin lives long enough to reach full energy, they'll turn to stone for 8 seconds and regenerate back to full health. Probably don't let this happen. Seems like something that might be bad. Vile Occultists cast Vulgar Brand, a small AoE to the whole raid that also applies a debuff, increasing your damage taken. Interrupt. If you miss one, the debuff is also dispellable. They'll also cast Scornful Blast, which is your basic casted ability, deals mild damage, and cannot be interrupted. Lastly, they'll periodically port themselves around the room just to try to get away from you. Rockbound Vanquishers will do a tank smack that deals mild damage and applies a dot. Tanks should not let themselves get more than 3 stacks of this, so you'll need to taunt swap as needed. They'll also do Concussive Smash, which deals mild damage to the whole raid and increases their own damage done by 25%, stacking. Soul Infusers will run directly to the front of the room and start draining Kalthus' health. These should be nuked down as quickly as possible. They're the single most important ad for you to kill. As a note, these cannot be hard CC'd, but they can be slowed and stunned. You should do this to prevent them from ever reaching the front, which means they'll never have drained any health from Kalthus. Lastly, Pestering Fiends are these little buggers that'll throw rubies at random people, dealing light damage within 3 yards. When they die, they'll actually explode and deal mild damage within a 7-yard radius. You'll begin the encounter by fighting 2 Bleakwing Assassins, 4 Vile Occultists, and a larger ad called High Torture Darathos. This guy will cast Greater Castigation at a few players, which deals damage to them and anyone else within 6 yards. You'll just need to move away from the targeted people. And he doesn't really do much other than that. You'll want to group all of the starting mobs together and blow them up. At a little over a minute into the fight, you'll get a set of Pestering Fiends, then a set of Soul Infusers, then a Vanquisher. And after that, you'll just have regular spawns of ads every 20 to 30 seconds. While you're dealing with these ads, there's a few mechanics that'll help you heal Kalthus more efficiently. First up are the 4 pedestals at the front of the room. Clicking one will channel your health into Kalthus. Whenever there aren't ads to be killed, DPS should be using these. As a note, moving or using any ability will break the channel, and there's a 2-minute debuff preventing you from using it again. Another thing to know, you are channeling your health, meaning it's draining your health every tick. Your healers need to keep you alive. Next up, when a Vile Occultist dies, they'll drop an Essence Font. If you successfully heal an Essence Font up to full health, then Kalthus will gain a chunk of his health back. The fonts themselves will decay over time, so healers should immediately start focusing them and heal them to full as quickly as you can. Lastly, Soul Infusers drop an Infuser's Orb when they die. Clicking the orb increases your healing by 50% for 14 seconds. This affects stacks, and each new stack you get also refreshes your original duration. You should assign 1 healer to get these orbs, and they should aim to run over the new orb with 2 to 3 seconds left on the buff. This will help maximize both uptime and pure throughput. We found having 1 or 2 healers assigned to hard focus healing Kalthus helped speed up the fight quite a bit, so have your strongest single target healer doing that. Paladins can put a beacon on Kalthus, by the way, and get full efficiency out of it for the entire fight. Once Kalthus reaches 45% health, a Shade of Kalthus will spawn, and regular Kalthus cannot be healed until the Shade is defeated. No other ads will spawn while you're fighting the Shade. The Shade will always have the inverse health as Kalthus, so it'll spawn at 55%. As it takes damage, Kalthus himself's health will go up, so you need to deal 10% health as damage to the Shade for it to be defeated and disappear. Naturally, has a bunch of abilities to try and kill you. Many of these will drop a permanent puddle of fire, and as such, you're going to want to move the first Shade you get over to the east side of the room immediately. This will help consolidate the puddles on that side, leaving the rest of the room open. Now, let's go over all of the abilities. Fiery Strike is a big frontal cone ability that deals mild damage and applies a 15-second dot. The tanks will want to swap at about 3 stacks of this. Ember Blast is a typical meteor type ability. This will deal massive damage, but it's split between everyone hit. It also applies a total of 6 stacks of a 15-second dot, split evenly among everyone hit. We recommend the target just run into melee, and at least 4 people be hit by this. It'll leave a puddle of fire on the ground, don't stand in the fire. At 100 energy, the Shade will cast Blazing Surge at a random player, which is a massive cone of fire. If you're hit by this, it deals a large amount of damage and will leave multiple fire puddles on the ground. Make sure you dodge this if you are not the target. Now, would it really be a Kael'thas encounter without Phoenixes? No, of course not. The Shade is going to spawn 3 Phoenixes that'll fixate random players and frequently pulse fire damage within 6 yards of themselves. Each pulse will also leave a puddle of fire. When a Phoenix is killed, it'll turn into a pile of ash and heal itself over 20 seconds. After that time, it'll pop back up and start chasing people again. The fixated players during the first Shade should make sure they stay on the eastern side of the room, which will help keep as many of the fire puddles on that side as possible and out of your way. Once you've nuked 10% off the Shade, it'll despawn and you'll start getting waves of those normal adds again. From here, the fight is really just rinse and repeat. Ads keep coming, you keep killing them, you keep healing Kael'thas until he reaches 90%. At that point, the second Shade will spawn at 10% health. This works just like the first one. You're going to want to Lust here, blow it up as quickly as possible, and when that Shade's health hits 0, you win. Go collect your sweet, sweet epics and move on to the next fight. Thanks for checking out our video. Now that you know how to kill the boss, be sure to like the video and subscribe to our channel for the rest of our guides, kill videos, and a whole lot more.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Complexity Limit Race to World First Castle Nathria. I am Valoris, and I'm jumping in with my ever-esteemed colleague, Kalamazi. And just before we jump into things, a quick shout-out to all of our sponsors. GameStop, of course, putting together the Performance Center where this is being hosted, as well as 6 members of the roster are currently stationed in the bubble for this entire race, as well as Blue Microphones, Herman Miller, Radar.io, Wowhead, and Balanced Media Technology, who put together that extension you see on your stream, which you are able to view lots of information about the Raiders and talents and all of that sort of stuff. Well, Kalamazi, I guess to get things off, we are here at 7 o'clock Central Time, and we're on the 3rd boss here. What's the deal with that, man?
I'm ready to go personally. I ate breakfast half an hour. We're good. We are still on technically the 3rd boss, but well, I second, third-ish. We haven't killed it yet. We're pretty close. I think we're going to see a kill pretty soon here. I believe the Raiders are back from dinner relatively soon. We're what, 6% away? I think the best pull is 96.5 healed, which is, I mean, we're right there. Quite literally, it's so close.
Yeah, it's seriously so close here. I'm not sure if we have our best attempt that we can watch. Oh, it looks great. Looks like everybody's sitting back down, so better than the best attempt, actually. We will hopefully be seeing some new pulls coming in soon. And I guess before they start pulling, we can give a quick update here. BDG, of course, obviously, they currently have, I believe, 2 of the world firsts in the raid on the 1st and the 2nd boss. Currently, I think about 30 pulls into this, crazy close as well. I'm not sure what their best pull is, but I think we're expecting both of these guilds to kill it within the next few hours. I think the interesting thing, though, that we were talking about just over the break, of course, is Imperative coming in with the world first on Hungering Devourer, taking a bit of a different route through here. I don't know.
Indeed.
Yeah, I guess I want to say, and you know, let me know what you think about this, but I think that's probably the right answer. Like, I don't see why you'd go to Kael'thas instead of Hungering Devourer. Is there a reason to be here rather than there?
I mean, it might be a bit due to like what classes got a bit more gear, how they might be approaching the fight. They might have just simply thought this fight was easier than Hungering Destroyer could have been. We weren't really sure how Hungering was going to be tuned. It's not like an extremely challenging mechanics fight, but technically neither was Fed Devourer, and we saw how that went. So it might have been a bit of a risk versus reward kind of thing. The more interesting thing is I've heard they've actually gone to Lady and over Darkvein after Hungering Destroyer.
Yeah. Well, and that, yeah, I think that'll be very telling, right? So obviously, you know, we are 3 bosses in, big quotations. As you can see on screen, we're jumping into the first little bit of Kael'thas here. Of course, this first phase that we're seeing is I don't want to say it's a given, but it's gotten to be pretty rote. The big thing that we're looking for a couple minutes in here is just as to whether they manage to beat I just forgot the name of the ad column, Ozzy, or the Hungering Destroyer, not Hungering Destroyer.
The Rockbound Vanquisher ad. I believe it's the second one. We're trying to beat that.
Yep.
Basically, you have to heal the boss to 45% to push him into phase 2, where the shade spawns. Then you beat the shield he has up. The first phase is an HPS check. Second phase is DPS. You go back to phase 1 with an HPS check, and you have a final DPS check. So beating that Rockbound Vanquisher, not having to deal with that, and being able to put pretty much all of your priority damage on the boss is incredibly relevant and worth trying to beat every time.
Yeah, and of course, one of the big things about this fight, if you're just joining us, is this mythic mechanic that's going on. As you can see, Kael'thas himself coming down. Now, this phase is fairly familiar if you've done it on normal or heroic. Obviously, way more damage and way more health. But he does this big shield, which you'll be seeing in just a few moments, that must be broken. Otherwise, you just wipe. So having another big ad there that you're having to beat and kill with that damage on your tanks.
We lost Sang and Twisted, I believe. Is that Sang? It went down there?
Yeah, Sang Helios.
That is a heroic mechanic. However, it still hits really hard.
And there you can see it, that shield. So it's a 6-second cast, right, which is really fast. It's a big shield. I don't know the exact value, but this is something you're synchronizing CDs for, etc. And it looks like we're taking a quick wipe there. So of course, I'm glad I gave myself the disclaimer that the first phase is not a given, because they kind of just wiped.
It's the Cloak of Flame shield. I believe when it comes to the actual HPS check, pretty much this morning, from what I had read, the values were doubled on the DPS check shield from 240k to 530,000. I believe those numbers are correct. And the actual healing was almost like a 2.5 modifier. The numbers were increased substantially. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's a bit excessive, or what are we looking at here?
I mean, it's been talked to death at this point, but I think it's important to mention, we've seen a whole new paradigm in this raid as far as, what is difficulty, right? So heroic, obviously, I checked this morning, 240 guilds had killed heroic. I don't actually have the historical numbers going back, like how many guilds actually killed, N'Zoth, how many actually killed Ashara, but anecdotally, those numbers are much higher. Like 240 is crazy low. As of Saturday morning, the top 20 in the world filled out, which is just astoundingly slow. So the raid on heroic is very difficult, and we're on the third boss here in Mythic, and I think we're just seeing that the raid's going to be hard the whole way through. And I mean, that's it, right? You're going to have to actually kind of progress through heroic. You're actually going to have to progress through the early bosses in Mythic, which is very off from what we've seen in the past. And personally, I think it's great. Like I'm totally
I like it. I'm down for it 100%. Typically, you see the first 3 bosses fall relatively easily when it comes to Mythic opening up. You've even seen some bosses being pugged very early on, going back to BOD era. But I don't think you're going to be seeing that this time around.
No. Well, and you've got to remember that, the thing that makes this race great is the suspense. It's the competition, right? And it's the not.
Look at that! We're already pushing 35% here. It's so incredibly fast.
Yeah. So as you can see, the Nori and Dryny obviously going off crazy hard on this boss. Actually, it's kind of a fun practice in utility spells, right? I think. The last one I remember is Valithria. I'm sure there's been healing bosses similar to this where you're having to heal up an NPC for it, but it's been a while. And these are always really interesting because the things that actually you're using and the things that are super impactful they're not what you're used to, right? So in this case, you'll see there's 2 holy priests in, right? Twisted and Nick Priest. And that's because, of course, you may not even know this as a DPS or even as a tank or even as a healer. Guardian Spirit does an increase to the healing done to the target that has it. It's huge. It's huge, and you can conduit to increase that. It's actually such a huge difference on this fight, and it's a Holy Priest ability. You never get to see that. You never think oh yeah, Holy Priest. Of course, that's fantastic. And of course, there's no Mistweaver here, but BDG, they're running a Mistweaver, and I think this is a little bit more known, but heal over time effects are increased by. Whatever it is, healing cocoon, right?
Oh, for cocoon, fair, yeah.
Yeah, and so you're seeing this just weirdo Mistweaver build coming in. I think it's a Vampire Mistweaver. I'll check on the armory in a minute, but it's a weird build that they're running, and it's specifically for this boss. And I mean, it looks great, right? They're doing well on this fight. So
a bit of an interesting push here. We actually did get the Rockbound Vanquisher the second before we push. We should see the second Blazing Shield coming very quickly. They have 2% to beat, I believe, here, about 2-ish. Here's the shield. The pirate. Let's see if they can beat this or not with the actual Vanquisher down.
Oh, it's so close. Oh, it's so close. Yeah.
Oh, they beat that. It was so close. It's such a loss going into that phase with the Vanquisher spawning, having the split DPS and the tank swap, everything that's going on. It's just so hard to keep up there. And it was so incredibly close. They missed it by about half a second.
Yeah, no, absolutely a challenging check. It's just very difficult to deal with when you get that second ad spawn, and of course that second ad spawn just being a product of how much healing your healers are doing in that phase 1. So it's challenging. It's a totally different, I don't want to overuse the word paradigm, but it is a totally different paradigm to how fights are normally approached. You know, you're not just saying like, oh yeah, can we move a CA there or something? Like you're like, okay, well our healers are already getting PIs, already popping wings. Like what else can we do to increase that healing to the boss or decrease the damage the rest of the raid is taking so raid healers can throw extra GCDs there? And yeah, somebody pointing out Lazarus 3 out of 10. Yeah, they went to Hungering Destroyer, which again, I think it's probably just the right choice. You know, you just get another boss of loot earlier. Although I'll admit, I don't know what the deal is with like all of the trading that may exist there in terms of priority.
One big thing here is that there's probably not a whole lot of Mythic BOEs that are actually circulating around now because this is indeed still day 1. So that will end up making a big difference if guilds end up requiring those over the next few days for sure as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Limit will bother getting those though. I mean, it's still a little overrated, right? 13 item levels, it's like nothing.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just saying in general.
No, yeah, no, absolutely. So that'll be, you know, a very high priority for us to acquire over the next few days for sure. You know, and I think it's something that's a little bit interesting is we actually ended up investing quite heavily in heroic BOEs this time around, which is not normally the case. You know, typically I do a lot of BOE acquisition for Limit if you're not familiar, and a lot of times heroic week you're doing nothing, right? Like buy feast off the auction house, you get the Vantis rune pattern, you get stocked up on augment runes, and like that's it. But in this case, heroic week was absolutely insane because you know, eye level totally changed this expansion. The value of each point of eye level is much higher than it's been in the past. So like 3 item levels now is about the same as 5 eye levels previously. So the difference between, you know, like, oh, hey, I've got, you know, a 184 Mythic 0 piece versus a 213 heroic BOE, you're talking about what previously would have almost been like, I'm not going to do that math in my head and embarrass myself, but a lot.
Right.
You're talking about. Sorry, go ahead.
It's just huge. Like, I mean, like you haven't seen a shift towards, like, I know for casters myself, intellect is so incredibly valuable now compared to what it was before. I mean, even like mid BFA, we saw haste mastery, and well, nobody wants first. So some people do, but I mean, like we saw those overtaking intellect. But I know for myself personally, it's almost 2.5 times as strong as 1 point of haste. It's huge. So eye level is big, even though a BOE might not be your best 2 secondary stats. It's huge, and it's sort of I feel like in a sense devalued sockets a bit comparatively. I suppose I don't think gems are as OP this time around either, but they're still better than nothing, obviously.
No, you're absolutely sockets, and that's another weird thing is that typically when you're going for BOEs, right? In Nyalotha, it was corruption. In AEP, you were looking at sockets on the cloaks, like, you know, these slots where like you can put it on and it's never getting replaced because that socket is so powerful. But in this case, it's like, yeah, just the base item's really good, and I did the math. Warrior F13, I'm sorry, no streamer math. I was gonna spitball it at 50 eye levels, and it's actually 48 1/3, so I would have been close. But yeah, so I mean, like, between a Mythic 0 and a heroic BOE, that's like 50 eye levels upgrade, like last expansion, just if you're trying to contextualize, right? So you're talking about like a 415, like, so let's just say that, so BOD heroic was eye level 400, and then you're looking at just over heroic mode Nyalotha. That's the difference in power level between those items, which is absolutely bonkers. You know, I mean, it's crazy how fast you're scaling up. Yeah, it's okay, well, Kalamazi, I gotta point out that Rad Remington's my former boss.
Oh, there you go.
In chat, yeah, dude. That's why I was saying, yeah, I was a data analyst.
A little better than my Florida math would have been for what it's worth, so I left that to you.
Yeah, dude, I hate doing math off the top of my head. It's like if I'm alone in my car, it's like easy, dude, easy. But if I'm like, you know, on stream, it's like, oh, wait a second, so it's 3 plus, oh god, that's a toughie.
actually sitting at 37% heal right now in kill class. We have quite literally 20 seconds till the Vanquisher spawns. 40%. We're pushing incredibly fast here. Incredibly fast. It should be an easy skip. 42-ish.
Yeah, that's actually a great call out. No, I was gonna say that's a really good call. Actually, it's slowing down. So I think oh man, it's so close. So 3 seconds on the ad there. Yeah, they make the push. That's fantastic.
We should die about now. It's about an 8-second delay until Shade spawns, and then we go. You can see the difference here compared to the last pull without having a Vanquisher down. It's almost night and day. It's so much easier. You still have the Phoenixes, you have the Kite. They're basically here the entire fight, but you get priority damage on Shade. Much easier to beat the shields. You just go. You blast. See the Ember Blast coming out now. Raid, so it should be into a frontal, and then we'll be shifting and seeing the first shield coming up momentarily, which has been a pretty easy DPS check for the most part for them. The second one's where it gets tougher. There's the Surge.
Yep, and
shield here,
yeah, I was gonna say in a few moments you'll be seeing this big cast bar come up right there.
They have 6 seconds to essentially break this shield of about 500k damage, an easy break. Second one's a bit tougher. Earlier they were lusting, I believe, second shield, but they've opted to move that to the final phase, which theoretically is most likely the right call because of the final phase being where they're struggling the most. Extra Phoenixes, extra ray damage going on. And it appears to be working out well for the most part. We'll see how fast they beat this shield here comparatively to before with the Rockbound Vanquisher up.
Yeah, no. It's actually kind of frightening how hard this first intermission is compared to the second one. You know,
perfect. There you go.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it was good. The second shield came out and they beat it with a second left. I think it's one of their best pushes ever, actually. There.
Yeah, no, this is looking great. This is looking really good. And if you're at home, yeah, I'm sorry. Chat talked about it, Kalamazi. I'm not sure if you got as many pings as I did, but BDG has killed Sun King. Let's see. Final wipe count for them was, pull count. It's 32, so 31 wipes plus the kill pull. I mean, awesome job by them. And somebody pointing in chat that they BDG always does great in the beginning, and like it's kind of a difference in approach. And I think that harkens back to the way BDG used to. I mean, they were not always world first contenders. That wasn't their stated goal. They just like to day raid the first day and get some world first because, you know, I mean,
well, why not? Go for it.
Yeah, why not? And so their approach, like on reset, and like after tiers and stuff, I've seen their prep, and it's like they have things planned out so carefully. Like back last expansion, you know, where you'd have your hearth set, which box you were opening up first, where you logged out. I mean, like literally how to get in the raid the fastest possible. And we saw the exact same thing here today. They got into the raid absolutely immediately. Limit, of course, going and doing the Mythic Zeros to get that piece of heroic loot. But BDG, you know, taking advantage of that lead in the time and raid, totally getting down Sun King first. So, you know, good on them. Love BDG personally.
Yeah, congratulations.
Hopefully that's not controversial.
I don't think so. We do indeed see them reaching phase 1 again here. This is one of the scary overlaps here with the Vanquisher being down and the Assassins. For the most part, they've dealt with them pretty well. You do see the Phoenixes in the back being permanently slowed. I believe the chains, I believe perma-chains? Semi-chained. They'll be present for the entire fight for the most part here. You want to push Shade to 90%. When you do, we're at about 70-ish right now. There should be another Infuser wave spawning soon, I believe. Yeah, you see them slowed in the back coming in now. Once they're actually killed, they drop an orb the healers can pick up and increase their healing by 50, and it stacks. So quite normally they'll coordinate CDs around this. Pick up orbs, pop Guardian, pop Wings, whatever, blast Kel'Thas, push them 90%, then go. We could see a kill here. This is looking pretty decent for the most part. Once the Vanquisher gets down, we get cleaned up a bit. We could see a push pretty soon here. We're already at 75%.
Yeah, no, this is looking great so far. And as you can kind of see, this sort of between phase, obviously it's not stress-free by any means, but especially for a DPS player, it's a little bit more relaxed. The stress really being on the healers, and then the DPS during those intermissions are having to really worry about exactly what's going on in the raid. But for right now, you know, DPS just doing the big pumping.
They did unfortunately get this next Vanquisher. I'm not sure how timing's been before. It is spawning, and they're going to push about now 89.9. This is last phase, so they're going to have double Vanquisher with Shade down, but they have Lust for this. They could do this. The Fiends don't matter a whole lot. They're sort of just useless. Mom did the kill. The Assassin is spawning as well. It's going to get tough here. I believe they have less save for this, though. They do. There's no debuff out.
Yeah, no, they've still got everything. We have not actually seen this far on the deck. Well, us personally have not seen it this far. This is exciting. Yeah, there goes the Lust. Yeah, that's so
coming out, and then you will end up seeing a shield here probably in about 10 seconds coming up. We do Lust will carry over through this. Lost at 7%, 0% when this fight ends. You have 7% left. Just ceasing the ads, taking care of them. Shield should be coming about now, I believe. Shield now. 5 seconds to beat. This should be an easy push with less. This could indeed be a kill, depending on. Raid looks relatively stable here. Shield's been beaten. 4%. We're pushing here. We're pushing. Just CC adds and front of boss.
Yeah, this is looking so good. This very well could be the kill right here.
Hold out. You might do one more soak here. I think you just soak this in general. 2%. This should be an easy kill. This should be it.
Easy kill. Easy money.
Yep, there you go.
One more soak coming out. Looks like they're just sacking it. Both tanks are down, admittedly. Very low. 200k.
We got
nice.
It started casting the shield last second.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. There's 3 out of 10. Special limit 3 out of 10 takes down Heroic Sun King Salvation.
Awesome. All right, we are going presumably to the hungry boss now. Hungering Devourer. Boy, that was honestly really well done by the guys. So BDG 32 pulls, and I will pull up Limit's pull count really quickly here. But I believe it was sub 20. Yeah, so that was their 19th pull on that boss, breaking up their progress with that dinner break, coming back and getting it down in just 4 pulls, really. So well done by the guys. It's exciting. Everybody tied up really at 3 right now. So the real question for who pulls ahead here is going to be Imperative, of course, proving that they knew the pathing to go. They got Hungering Devourer down already. They have not touched Sun King. Instead, they've chosen to go onto Enerva. So they're progressing Enerva, while BDG and Limit are now both heading to Hungering Devourer, presumably. Not actually sure about BDG, but...
It's interesting. It's an interesting choice. I feel like Enerva Dark Vein, depending on tuning, it could be that Mistress Sazine boss of the tier. It's like that midway wall boss. It's a step up in difficulty, I feel, comparatively to these bosses. Sun King is probably the second most difficult in here, I would assume. I mean, Hungering, for the most part, like, before you hit Enerva, that is. Because Hungering is... You deal with the lines, you deal with the soaks, and it might be tuned tightly, but you can probably get it down. I guess, to be fair, Artificer's Ironic might be a little tough too. But I mean, the actual
I'm so excited for that boss. I'm so excited for Zyronic. That boss is so cool. I love that. Yeah, no, I absolutely love it. Like, I hope that boss is super hard. I hope that boss is super hard. And people in chat asking if they're all playing in the same room. So, of course, we are in the new normal. Everybody has different stipulations we've got to operate by. So there are 6 players that went down and quarantined for 2 weeks in Texas. Technically, it's actually 4 players, and then we've got 2 of our Max and Tags who are not actually in raid down there, providing the POVs. You'll see them, maybe Lighty, and 2 others. Yeah, I don't remember. There's too many names in this guild roster of 34, but some guys down there, the rest, of course, back at home streaming remotely. Some of them having their own POVs that they're streaming from home, which of course you can watch on Complexity. Of course, I think we're all excited for, the next event, which hopefully will be back in Texas, and we'll all be able to be at the GameStop Performance Center, home of Complexity.
Home of Complexity.
And home of Complexity, baby. But we shall see what the future holds. But for now, it's pretty clear that at the very least, we know it'll be Hungering Devourer for a few moments.
I mean, do you think there's any world where they go to Artificer here? No. I mean, I assume it makes sense just to go to Hungering next. It's already been killed by Lazarus and Imperative, and they know for the most part. I mean, it's probably not relatively difficult. They killed, I believe, probably within a couple hours at this point. And what do you think is the approach after that? Obviously, we don't know, but what would you do at that point? Like,
what would I do?
I mean, would you look at the bosses after Hungering Falls, like Enerva, like Artificer, and see if they're remotely killable, or is this like, how would you approach this split run wise? How do you gather all that data, like to say, okay, it's time for splits? How do you do that?
So if you want my honest answer, and this is going to be one that like people are going to be like, oh, that's kind of ratty, you shouldn't do that. But if you want my honest answer, so it is. We started late, right? 7:30. Not much to be done about that. We have basically 4 or 5 hours left in raid. Just starting like 6 hours late today. I don't think you're pushing that hard to get through all of these bosses yet. I think, maybe you go peep the boss health off stream or have one person run and, just get some information, plan out for tomorrow. I don't think that you go and spend a ton of times on these bosses, because at the end of the day, like, and we've seen this in the past, you'll have situations where, basically, if you start a boss at 10 o'clock, even though you want that info, you're giving it to everybody else who's competing.
Sure.
And so you just don't want to give that information over. So you only pull a boss, in my opinion, if you're going to kill it that night, pretty much. Because of course, there's valuable things to be doing, like Mythic Plus right now. If you clear 15s, which these guys will blast, I mean, the loot in there goes up to 209 or something crazy.
211,
210. Yeah, I mean, it's high, like it's really good, really good. It's basically like farming heroic bosses, almost. So definitely think about that. I would contemplate splits, contemplate Mythic Plus at this point. But of course, for now, we know that they will be engaging on Hungering Destroyer, which I believe we have a video to do a overview of all of those mechanics. We're going to see some summons, of course, some class swaps, etc. coming in, some standard setup here. And we are going to jump into that video done by Crazy Puck to give you an idea of what this boss holds in store for the Limit guys. And of course, by strategy video, I mean cinematic intro to the boss.
So before we get the comp set here, it might already be set. What classes do you think we're going to see being swapped in here, with Hungering Destroyer being a patchwork single target boss? What are we looking to bring in your opinion? Because there has been a bit of class stacking going on in certain fights.
Yeah, so I mean, like, let's talk about what's on the boss, right? So there is one target. Immediately, you're thinking just classes that dominate single target. I mean, what classes, chat, have made you mad in dungeons or on, in raid and topped meters every time? You'll probably be seeing DKs. You'll be seeing boomkins. You'll be seeing hunters. You probably won't be seeing many mages. If a mage is in, it's for gear. You're probably seeing warlocks. Like, anything that really pounds single target, that's where it is. The other factor here, of course, there's things like soaking. There's a lot of mobility. There's a lot of stuff like the utility aspects on this fight are not for nothing. Admittedly, with the tuning, you may just be able to bring whatever you want in terms of utility. But if this was a super challenging bosses, DKs are great, hunters are great. Okay, I'm kind of naming the same classes. Turns out there are some very dominant classes this tier. Yeah. So of course, on this mode and on heroic, whenever the one of the abilities goes off, it drops all these orbs on the ground. Those being soaked is fantastic because it allows you to be way less safe with where you're dropping it. You can drop it next to the group and have people soak them with an immunity, et cetera, et cetera. That's really good. And of course, he does, I guess there's a couple of these in the raid, but just the big suck in and then does the big damage, right? And that puts a lot of pressure on your healer. So seeing wars, the expunge,
I think it's consume, right? Is that phase 2? The phase 2 100 energy suck in is what you mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'd call it like a phase 2 because it's
the 100 energy weird runaway.
Yeah, 100 energy cast.
Very fair. Okay.
Yeah, so that, of course, having shamans, of course, that's another class that's crazy dominant right now, and more so in the healing role. But throwing in, of course, the Windrush Totem or the roars from the druids, really good stuff coming in. So there's some interesting utility considerations, but I think in general, classes that beat you on single target in classes that are, well, it's a damage fight, so that's about it. Of course.
There is a venerated Animosphere off this boss for paladins, priests, and shamans, which is a weapon, which is actually pretty big. We looked at it when they actually killed Huntsman Altimore. I don't believe we had a single Animosphere drop, and that was Hunter Mage Druid. So the interesting thing here, I mean, shamans obviously are strong. We have Mavian right now, I believe, at this point. Paladins and priests, do you think that'll influence the comp they bring here very much? Or this is like just we want to kill this boss as fast as possible? How would you approach that?
That's a good question. That's a really good question, and it's effect. I mean, and of course, like that's one of those logistical hurdles that you just have to cross as a guild. You have to have a lot of things in your head when you're planning out what the comp is for a boss. Because if this was me and it's just me, hello, standard, whatever, 4-night, 4-hour, 2-night, 4-hour, what have you. I'm going to see this boss 1,000 times. We'll have a bunch of loot drops. You just run what's going to kill it the fastest, right? Because you want to see the most bosses in the first week. But it's conceivable that this boss is only going to die twice, maybe once, before this raid's over. So But at the same time, you don't want to dump a bunch of damage into a boss when you could just kill it quickly with a better comp. So it's a big balancing act. So like you said, Paladin, Priest, Warlock. Now, what classes out of that are truly dominant right now? I mean, Shadow Priests are okay. Disc Priests are okay.
Paladin, Priest, Shaman.
Paladin, Priest, Shaman. Gotcha. So I mean, yeah, even still, Paladins are okay. Like H-Pals are okay. Ret's not really. Prot's not really. And Holy Paladins, like weapons are great, but not great in the same sense as like a weapon on a DK, or a DPS. Shadow Priest is good, not great. Warlock is good, not great. I keep going Paladin, Priest, Warlock like the old T's, but Shamans are good, but again, it's a healer. Like you're not necessarily optimizing for healer here most of the time. So I think, as you're seeing what they're pulling with, I think that the 3 priests, if I'm seeing it correctly beneath Lady's Frame, that's interesting. Obviously, you see those 2 disc priests in, so that's probably a little telling.
Right there, that was the volatile ejection. If you've killed Mythic or seen Heroic, there are actually 4 beams there. And the big thing with that is if a player is hit by the actual ejection, they have a debuff that increases their damage taken by the next one by 500%. Now, it might not seem like a whole lot, but having a 4th beam comparatively to 3 is actually big because it requires more coordination, more spread, everything else. And when you actually factor in the other Mythic mechanic, Essence Sap, you can see it in the back here. Basically, there are a couple range stack piles here. Essentially, it's similar to Heroic, where if a player gets the debuff, they can't be healed. It requires the raid to be with them to heal them up. Very similar to Unat, if you remember Crucible of Storms. The thing is, the players that help them heal, like transfer some of their life over, get a stacking debuff that actually increases the damage taken from Gluttonous Miasma, the circle effect here. So having that overlap, having groups stacked, having to split share, soak some health, and 4 beams now makes this fight relatively challenging comparatively to Heroic.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, we were talking about this a little bit before. If you're just like friendly, have fun guild at home, like basically everybody in the world besides, like 6 guilds, the fact that you have to now coordinate the rotation of stacks on this boss is a huge hurdle. Like that's a huge, like when I hear that, like when I used to raid lead and was a GM, like that was a nightmare, right? It's so much coordination. Like I can say this right now, everybody in chat, Kalamazi, everybody that's ever raided knows in their mind who they raid with that they don't want getting that mechanic. Because they're just not going to pay attention, they're going to stand still, they're going to overstack, they're not going to move into it, right? But in a guild like Limit, it's a little bit different because, I mean, they are coordinating it, right? Like they have 2 out-of-raid leaders calling all of this stuff, but they could basically YOLO it. The player skill is so high. So I think it's interesting seeing that kind of dichotomy where it's like, that change sounds like a nightmare to me, but for these guys, it's probably going to be a fairly trivial change. But for everybody else, it's like, I don't know. I always hated fights like this when I was, actually like raiding and at a more serious level before, all of that. But yeah, very interesting change to the boss. And I've got to say, I like that change to the boss too, because it kind of changes the boss from being just a Zerg to kind of just being like something, you've got a little bit of a coordination check for what you're actually doing. Also, I do need to call something out. Somebody said Warrior is here for Shout. And you're not wrong, but Prot Warrior is also really good. I know in Nyalotha, like I feel like the Warrior cost is always like, oh, DKs are so bad, and then it's like is in the world first, like it's a great raid tank and very good, and I don't know. Warriors are really good. Warriors, I mean, they're not insane, they're not like hyper imba, but I mean, it's like you're gonna see a warrior a decent bit in this raid. Like it's immune to physical damage. Shout's a great cooldown. Like it's a good class. I don't know. I know people. It's a very fun thing to like pretend like your class is the worst thing in the game, but like Hot Warrior is good. Please stop doing that.
This is actually a pretty good attempt here for the very first pull. We're seeing a sub 50% pull. We're seeing multiple consume phases. If you're wondering about the blue like spheres in the room here, it's actually the expunge mechanic, which every player in the raid gets a circle around them. You'll probably not that circle there, but a larger circle. You'll probably see it relatively soon here, and the circle size is based off how much health they have. Whenever the debuff expires, they drop us this exactly right here. They drop a circle, like the actual sphere in the room, and essentially if it's soaked, the player gets knocked up, but you can have immunity classes soak these. And the reason you want them soaked is because when you push into phase 2 with the consume, which we'll see, he's at about 50 energy or so now, it makes it much harder to find proper positioning in the room. Almost a very, like I was close with double ejection overlap there, pretty close. You can see it gets a little tight here. There are 5 people dead at this point, but they're still pushing on. This is what, a 35% pull or so right now? This is pretty solid for a first pull.
Yeah, this is looking great. And like what you just saw Lighty doing there, going out and soaking in that little ven, like that's the kind of thing that sets like players like this apart. It's just like it's on improvisation. They just want the pull to go a little bit longer. Yeah, that's probably about it. I mean, they're essentially dead on the next big suck in. It's just a lot of raid healing. I guess they're gonna keep going maybe. I mean, they're throwing out, that might just be wipe recovery.
Quite possibly, but I mean, that's pretty much the entire fight. The one thing we didn't mention, the boss does indeed siphon a bit of health per melee hit he does, and it stacks a debuff on the tank, which increases their damage taken, which is like the main taunt off of this fight. But that's pretty much it. You drop the balls in the back of the room, you help your raid members heal, soak, whatever, what have you. Get to the side of the room with the lines, don't overlap, and kill the boss. The first poll, a sub 30%, 29.9, I believe. Not a bad poll, and that was with a handful of raiders dead from, I think, a pretty early standpoint. The boss doesn't seem that difficult tuning-wise here.
Nope. No. And it's kind of interesting that I don't want to say it seems easy, but I mean, that was their first poll going down to 29%. So, I mean, relatively speaking, I think I would call that looking fairly easy. And
you're gonna execute soon too, and I mean that makes things even more tricky in a sense too. So
yeah, no, that boss was about to get absolutely piped. Somebody asking a specific question about whether warriors, physical reduction decreases the bleeds, and the answer, of course, is no. But for bleeds as warrior, you're able to Kyrian them off and stuff. So they've got tricks, which is pretty important. This boss, of course, not actually having bleeds, but actually having a decent amount of, magic damage on the tank with those hungering strikes coming in, which, of course, Vengeance Demon Hunter, that's actually kind of a neat class to be seeing at long last. I think anybody who's been around the block as far as raiding is concerned is pretty familiar with the fact that Vengeance Demon Hunters have been genuinely dreadful for quite a while now.
We've had a Vengeance Demon Hunter tank in my guild for a long time. I'm just saying. He likes to live life on the edge.
Cool. Why?
That's a question I ask myself. I don't know.
Dude, it's such a bummer. I was so excited for Vengeance going into BFA, and it ended up just being kind of a disappointment. It got nerfed, at the last moment. Not the last moment, but 2 months before BFA actually got released, and then it was kind of just like a dumpster fire for that whole expansion. Truly, truly sad. Yeah. And yeah. Hungering Devour about to get his cheek clapped. Yeah, probably. I mean, I genuinely could see this boss dying on the next pull. It's a boss that's very easy, and it's kind of just like when you pull a boss and then you're immediately in the it could be any pull zone. It's pretty easy. It's good in 8.3. Yeah, it was relatively good in 8.3. That's true.
Fired up with the jumping combust here, the signature jumping combust, very nice. Look at how looking back to the last poll, Windwalker Monk is actually destroying this boss. We see the Warlock at number 1 here, obviously because of the best class in the game, but Windwalker Monk was pumping out a serious amount of damage from this boss. I've been impressed with how Windwalkers have been. They've been doing a lot of damage. It's been excessive. It's been surprising, to say the least. We do see the actual gluttonous miasmas coming out here, and once again, you can sort of see on the raid frames here, some players are going to 7-8-ish stacks. Some players are going up to 10, 12, 13-ish. That I highly doubt that's probably planned. I highly doubt that's something they just forgot to shift out of. Now, it does get pretty dangerous double soaking. You can see the spread here. So we have 3 different range assign pools, because if you stand in 2, if there are circles overlapping, you will get double stacks. Looking at how Kingfly and Twisted are there. If you were in the middle of those, you're getting double stacks, and it makes it very, very, very hard to survive and also heal somebody else later on.
Yeah, I've got to say, one thing that I absolutely love these guys doing, and of course it's kind of mandatory on this boss, but just seeing nobody stand in those circles, because it's obviously I think, I'm not going to say most, but a decent amount of people have done this boss on normal or heroic. And it's the strategy is genuinely just stand still and tunnel, right? And it's kind of just it's so, I don't know, there's something very deep inside me that's just satisfied to watch it be so efficiently done. And
look at how the room is pretty clear here as well. We're going into the consume. You can see him Night Fae blink out of this. And this is essentially the phase 2 when the boss hits 100 energy. You see the actual AMZ Spirit Link coming down. There is a decent bit of damage here as well, because you still have the debuffs and you still have actual players that need to be healed in the middle of this. And being in a stack zone does stack the debuff twice as fast. But we get through it. Link, AMZ, we're good to go. We're back to phase 1 with the raid pretty healthy for the most part. And the boss sitting at 60%. It's pretty solid. Pretty solid DPS here.
Yeah, no, agreed. And as you just touched on, the raid is looking healthy, which is great. Those big suck-ins, if the group is going to wipe or lose people, that's probably going to be when it happens is around there. You'll see, the group will be running in an SLT or a barrier or an anti-magic zone, something like that, that sort of, kind of saves everybody. Also, I don't know if you just noticed, I really want to point this out because Alter Time is a great ability. Fire mages, frost mages, none of their specs are really performing. But what a great like piece of raid utility in the hands of a very skilled player. Like Alter Time, it's Fired Up is awesome, right? I mean, it's like good mages get so much value. Also, on the left side of your screen, you can see Eric Jr. over there turtling and clearing those. If you're wondering why the room is empty, it's because like all of these cooldowns, the anti-magic shells, the Alter Times, the turtles, the what have yous are being cycled beautifully, such that those orbs are all getting cleared, very, very, very well. People have plenty of room to move around. And people asking, when do they stop raiding? So one of the things that I think is kind of interesting about the World Race is, the first one that Limit really participated in a broadcasted sense was, of course, Ashar's Eternal Palace last summer, for which we were in the UK, in London. And our sleep schedules were horrific. And so I think one of the interesting things that has certainly evolved in Limit is a very clear schedule, looking at it more like a job, looking at your time and like your awareness and your your acuity as a resource. It's not just raid for 60 hours straight until you do it. Like you need to wake up tomorrow and you have to play well. And the difference between a raid group that went to bed on time and got up on time and stuck to their schedule versus one that is kind of just a mess and sleep deprived. Like, I mean, that's a difference we've seen impact things. I mean, Method played well in AEP, and I don't want to de-attribute their success there, but I mean, I don't think you would have a hard time making the argument that Limit struggled more in that race, partially because of sleep and the schedule thing. So yes, they could raid forever, but very, very rarely will you see them go late, just because it's much more advantageous to stay on your schedule and stay really, really aware of what's going on and, be awake, be refreshed, etc. And this is, of course, for the person asking, only their second pull on this boss so far. Their first one getting it down to 30%, basically into execute there. So I would anticipate these pulls just going, two or three more. They, of course, have, I believe it's 4 dead right now. Those DKs out of range, it's hard to tell if they're dead, but I think it's just those 4. Hunter, Paladin, actually Nori dead. Healer dead is not.
Overlap. Oof.
Oh no, yeah.
We're okay. There's like 4 people dead in the raid, but we're gonna see the actual consume here again. Link goes down. The actual Link AMZ combo is so solid as well. It's funny how we sort of shift away from Darkness Link to AMZ Link, but it's just so good. That extra AMZ, that piece of raid utility is so good in how they interact with one another.
Yeah, well, and SLT is especially great, right? Because it redistributes health, regardless of whether somebody has that buff. So like those players with those circles around them, of course, the miasma cannot be healed, but they can have their health redistributed because SLT doesn't technically do healing. So
Potions,
have lines.
potions. They're not
Next
bouncing,
beams
but
have
they are creating
lines.
puddles. I feel like we like
Yeah, ranged want to be behind the boss.
beams,
Like
lines.
where we're running from. These are lines, don't go
These are
through.
lines. They're not spinning, but you cannot take a stack.
Orange, you have to get both of those. Perfect.
Good job. We need a healer to inch out and watch
Yeah.
the far person.
We should move
there.
toward green after this.
We have roots. We have freedoms and tires.
I got THG.
Lip, dome.
This tank
lip,
needs a
dome,
little bit of
as
damage.
much as you can.
Okay,
Just get
watch
the
them.
two.
Watch them who are dropping. Watch. Good.
Soak.
Soak. It's not bouncing. Not bouncing. Not
I got
bouncing.
melee for that tank head.
You can't
Res.
do it instant.
Res.
Lines,
Res
lines.
PS the far person.
Lines. These are not
whoever it
spinning.
is.
They are not spinning, but they do kill you. Don't touch the line.
Call whoever's far.
Make
Yeah,
his
maybe.
astral
Kick
shift.
trails out.
Back up kick.
PS maybe.
I got yours instead. Back up here, back up. On skull. Got it.
It's fine.
Should we be fling?
We can't do that does.
We have Nori's.
Kill the fucking tank ad.
busts.
Kill the tank ad. Lines are spinning next time they happen. Soak.
Potions.
They're not bouncing. They're not bouncing. Kill the fucking tank ad, please, so we can leave.
Kingfly V.
Beams. They are spinning.
Nori get
They
ready
are
to sack
spinning.
the
Wait until the beams are gone, and then we're fucking yeeting, dude.
Nori's sack
I'm
dome.
trying to eat it.
I'll go back. We're about to get ads.
Perfect.
Great job.
Easy.
Good.
Let's go
Get the
all
fuck
over
out of
here.
here. Get the fuck out of here.
Green.
And then we have Nori's nut.
Yep.
Keep going if you can.
Yeah, I will. I'm ready.
Okay, this is Domey Dome.
Ads here.
Or
Ads.
what?
Make sure you root
Yeah.
attack.
Okay.
And
Domey
make sure
Dome.
you
Fire
freedom,
use.
freedom and Tiger's Lust. Yeah. This is yeah, Domi.
Soak.
Do these bounce?
These do bounce. They
Yes.
do bounce. They do bounce.
Grab them all. Perfect.
Good job.
Lines,
We
lines.
have like literally like one more set of beams and then
Spinning
we
lines.
You
Nori
do set of beams.
Devo. Nori Devo. This is easy. This is
Good.
easy.
Perfect, dude. Okay, we ignore next beams. Or maybe
Push the
they
boss
just try.
here.
I don't know. We can just spirit link them and just burn balls.
Second pots are useful.
Is this the turtle
They
segment?
blow up though. If you
No,
get
no,
them
it's
in time.
only
It's a
you're
minute
saving
to blow
turtle
up,
to
yeah,
soak
so-
during beams.
Soak, far,
Okay.
One.
Nice.
And it's not
They
a
bounce. They
middle,
bounce. They
it's
bounce.
a
This
dot.
tank explosion.
It does no damage.
Watch
Yeah,
it.
it does make
Oh,
damage.
huh,
New
really?
ads, new ads.
This is Impact
We ignore
Dome.
ads and burn
No,
boss,
no
right? We
tank
just
cap.
pick.
There's no tank cap.
Four.
Impact Dome.
We
just
have
kick them.
barrier, link, and rally.
One.
Just get your kicks.
I think we
kick
watch it on the
first,
ground. Watch
kick
it on the ground.
first,
Watch it on the ground. Okay, it's super easy.
Bullet hell.
We res impact, right? We res impact. We res impact.
Kevin, just rally when you're scared.
Ignore these beams and burn boss, I think.
Just get kicks. Back up on skull.
Ignore these beams, get on the boss. Link now, maybe.
No,
Link now.
The beams blow
I'm
up.
gonna go
if you
drain
ignore
two.
them.
In a
Kevin, you
minute.
get
In
out.
a minute. It's fine.
Okay, okay.
And it's a dot,
Maybe
not
like
an
Pot,
insta-kill.
pot if you haven't.
Can we
Okay,
drain?
cool.
Soaks.
Turtle soaks out.
Soaks. These are turtle soaks. Turtle soaks. Right next to the boss. Orange. We're about to blow up.
No, that one's within it.
Easy. We're good. We're good.
No, we're dead.
We're good.
Four.
Containment breach.
Oh, yeah, you
Oh, weird.
Rage.
Fuck.
could have drained that one.
We could have.
I know you can't
Yeah,
drain
well,
four.
2 and 4.
couldn't drain it
yeah,
there.
four-
You can
yeah,
drain it
can't-
before it gets empowered.
4 needs a little less energy there. Like,
Is it
so
6?
just like,
Like just 6 energy. Open it and close it.
and then 2 needed to be drained there a little bit. They were both about to hit 100 there. But
Is
yeah.
there a problem with doing splits like that?
Yeah, I
you
mean,
could also just beat that with gear.
yeah, I mean, we can beat it, but we can also just do splits and then kill it easily, right?
It's more time efficient to do splits, but I mean, if you can kill it now, you can trade gear maybe. But I mean,
It's three items on 20 people when there's
Yeah.
going to be over 100 people doing the 4 splits, and there's going to be 3 items on 3 people that you might trade from all of the rounds.
Do you think what Darky said in Rage Chat's relevant?
Oh yeah, I think we stay then. Yeah, I agree with that.
Can
really
we,
though. I mean, do you actually get that much time on the fight if you do it a different way?
Do you think we try to do
think
those
so.
beams there? Or we just burn, right?
No, I don't think that's why we
The
went.
problem there was
the
the
beams.
soaks. I think if
No,
the beams
wait,
guys
the-
like, did what
the
we did
problem
there, we
was
just
we
got out and you don't cleave people, it's
raged.
fine. Because
Yeah,
we healed through, they're
can,
fine.
if you have the tanker on you as well, you
So,
can't buy in China because it
I think
casts. I did
we-
leap to it, but
We should drain 4 when it's at like 6 stacks to give us an extra like 15 seconds.
2 and 4 both need a little bit of drain.
Like very early, right?
Yes,
That's
very early.
Just
I don't
drain
think
it
you
at
drained 2 at all. We would have killed it before 2 killed us.
I'm gonna
Drain it
drain
at,
4
like,
really
6.
early.
Yeah, like a 6%.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Maybe 8%. That's 2
I'll
on every
agree.
other one.
I'm running
maybe
from
the
scripture
boss,
now.
the boss
But
was
then we'll need
4%, it's literally
cooldowns,
dead if
which
we
is
just
fine.
got the wound.
Yeah.
Let's go. Just make sure to augment up. Use your second potion later in the fight.
Can drag it like 6 yards, start.
I want to hear you guys fucking beat it. Let's go.
Yes, sir. It doesn't matter if we don't.
Yes, sir, Douglas.
Do we have a bot in here?
Yep. Yes, I didn't talk earlier. It's all
That's
the bot.
him, man. That's him again.
That's a very
That you,
advanced
Doug.
bot.
I have a TeamSpeak bot.
That's nuts.
He is the bot.
Lines.
Padra, I'll
Lines,
call when
yeah,
for you
yeah.
to
Oh, I
click, 'cause
love
I'm
this
lining
pull,
up
dude. Yes.
cooldowns with it.
Go on.
Does it
I don't know how you're
automatically?
going.
Does it automatically close when it hits 0?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. We're just gonna cool down
So-
the shit out of it.
3, 2, 1.
Ads.
Domey dome. Make sure melee don't get kicked off the boss here, you know? If we can do it somehow.
She's got a thick box.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, jeez.
Ooh.
Sang hit me.
I saw it too.
Beam soon. One more soak
Wow,
in the back there, right? Right? No, we're not gonna.
X didn't get kicked.
How does
Okay,
that? How does
that's-
that happen? Die.
I should have
Just die.
called it. I looked at it like drop and didn't call it. I don't know who it was.
That was mine. I think just during this thing.
That's fine. Just go again.
Don't soak, don't soak, don't soak.
Good. Get a res. Do not release.
I got hit twice by one bottled anima.
Hmm. That's because we had one go off. It hit everyone in the raid. for one bottle.
In the very first set. Yeah, so there you go. They are again considering that idea of splits, what you brought up immediately after that Hungering Devourer kill. I don't know. What do you think? Would you, if you were Max right now, would you hit splits up?
I mean, I'm just still so surprised his boss is this close to dying. I mean, at the end there, you did see them essentially hit and rage. That fourth and final container hit 100%, but you did hear them saying comms that, oh, we should have opened it and transferred a slight bit of anima to the other ones, which wouldn't have hit 100%. But now they know that. The thing is, I think that was like a 1.5, I guess 4% wipe. There you go. I couldn't see the actual frames very well, but a 5% wipe might not. It might seem pretty close to a kill, but that can be a lot depending on what's going on. I think that with the more pulls they get, yes, they're pretty close to killing this boss, but it's only like pull 5 or 6. And the more you pull this boss, the more you optimize DPS, HPS, CDs, cooldowns, all of that stuff a little bit more. And that little bit might, it can add up to a lot of gain DPS. I think you keep pulling a little bit here. If you hit a wall where you're just like, okay, we can't kill this boss for, we just can't beat the DPS check, you go to splits. I think this is easy. You can find 4% DPS, I feel. I think you should be going for now.
Yeah, just find an easy 5%. I mean, you're not wrong, I don't think, but it's tight. It's so tight. And like Tags pointed out,
they didn't transfer the anima, like they said, completely at the end there. So they have a little bit more time, but very, very true.
Yeah, that's true. But think about like what the room looked like in that last 15 seconds. It's just like, actually, and before we get too far away from that, sorry, I do want to talk a lot about this, but we're just listening to it, and some people may be pretty new to the guild and all of that. So you heard 2 people raid leading, right? Max was primarily talking. When you heard people talking about, I feel so bad that this is the only comment I remember, but Tags was like, oh yeah, next one's Nori's nut or whatever. Tags is coordinating all of the healing cooldowns to keep, basically he's focusing on keeping everybody alive in like a sort of, like proactive sense from the healing perspective. And Max is more like macro movements for what the raid's attacking, where the raid's moving, et cetera, et cetera. So, basically the guild love air horns. Basically the guild decided that everything worked so well with Max functioning outside of the raid. He actually ran out of things to talk, or had too many things to talk about in the midst of these fights, and so they had Tags move in. Tags obviously helping with not just the raid leading in the midst of the raid, but also helping to set up healing cooldowns ahead of time, helping to do theory crafting. Bubba Dub is behind the scenes on some of this stuff. And previously he helped out in Nyalotha as well, but now we have Siori, who is still a raider but also working to function. He's a big data miner, huge genius behind the scenes, helping to sort out some of the healing stuff. So there's a lot of effort. If you hear weird voices going on and you're not sure who's talking, it's probably one of the sweet armchair quarterbacks in the guild. There's a lot of people who are functioning behind the scenes to make this entire guild function. It's not just the 20 that are in. And I think, I don't know, Kalamazi, people, whenever we talk about this, people are always like, oh, that's so weird. I play World of Warcraft to play. It's so weird that he's not in the raid. What do you think? Would you do it? Like, if
I do it 100%. What do you mean? Doing it? I already do it. I'm already a champion at whatever I do. Are you kidding me? But seriously, I mean, yeah, like I guess it's just different perspectives, but it's a team effort in the end, and just very similar to professional sports teams that have coaches. The coach is still involved with everything they do. Without a coach, they're not winning the Super Bowl. It's a very, very similar setting. So I totally would do it. It's worked out. It worked out well last time, and I mean, we'll see how it goes this time. I totally would. You've seen other guilds actually adapt to that. I believe Echo has said that they're going to be coaching from outside. I think to some extent that's been mentioned. I don't know. I mean, I assume it's been confirmed somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know who else has said that, but it worked, and it worked well. Having that 21st or 22nd pair of eyes on the outside, seeing soaks in the back of the room, seeing this happening that nobody else is seeing because everything's going crazy in the end is invaluable. Having that 22nd raider is great, super valuable.
Yeah, no, I mean it's ridiculous. And like, I don't know, it's so important, and I think what's more than it being so important to the functioning is that Max loves it. Like it's genuinely his favorite way to experience the raid. Like he's said that he likes actually doing that role, which is interesting because Lozy has adopted this role for BDG, right? And from what I've heard, I haven't heard it from his mouth necessarily, but I feel like, I know one of my friends has mentioned it's not his favorite. He would much rather be raiding, right? And from what I've heard, Scripe is the same way. So it's like people are replicating this, and doubtless they'll be great at it. They're capable raid leaders. They're very capable leaders for their guild. They'll do well, but Max loves it. Like, that is genuinely how he wants to experience the game. Like, he would raid. I'm sure he would like to raid, but like, this is a great way for him to experience it. And some people not enjoying that, I have to imagine, makes it harder for them to be as good at that role. And plus,
very true.
Max has experience doing this now, right?
Yep.
He's got a tier of experience.
For wiping. Yep.
So it's I think it's interesting. There's a lot of factors that I think give Limit the edge this raid, but for as much as I'm going to talk about how insane this guild
it would be a huge mistake. I didn't mean to interrupt there, but it'd be a huge mistake to what's what I'm looking for? Not undervalue. Just to think Echo can't take this home. Echo, like, their roster is still incredibly stacked. They're all still incredibly talented players. Obviously, yeah, Limit probably does have a bit of an advantage with things being the way they are now. They have the consistency from last year. They have things in place. They have Max on the outside, new and improved, reformed, better than before. A second pair of eyes, like you said, but it would be a terrible miscalculation to not think Echo could take this home. Which is why I think they're still very serious.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, I mean, and not just Echo, but I mean, Method reformed, and people are really quick to write off, Method having reformed, and it's like, oh yeah, they'll be worthless. But like, are you guys just like forgetting that like this happened? There was a mass exodus from Method, and then the Exodus guild died, and Method went on to win multiple world firsts consecutively again. Like, you're
there are
dealing...
other guilds in the race now too, for what it's worth. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but there are other guilds in the race now too, for what it's worth. BDG, Blood Legion. Midwinter's here. You can see Imperative. Yep.
Imperative.
Exactly. And now, I mean, the question, the thing long term is like, can they maintain the hours that Limit and Echo and I guess I'm not sure what Method's doing to this tier are going to be putting in every single day. I believe Blood Legion raids the first day and then goes back to normal raid hours. I'm pretty sure a lot of guilds can't maintain these 12, 14, whatever hour days go over and over and over, and that's what separates the world first from world 5th or 6th, all amazing contenders.
No, I don't think it is. I think that's an aspect of it. I think the hours are an aspect of it, but like, so somebody was saying how awesome hearing all the prep is and hearing all the behind the scenes stuff. Like, the level of prep that this guild does is absolutely out of this world. Like, I mean, when I joined Limit as a raider back in AEP, I was like baffled by how little prep was done. Like, I mean, there was a lot, But you know, the things that they were prepping, I was like, man, I feel like, you know, for a guild that's competing for world first, like it could be more than this. In the past year, the amount of effort and the level of preparation, the amount of man hours that go into preparing for this is insane. Like it's so high. And it's not just like, oh, spend time in the raid. The amount of thinking that goes in outside of the raid is ridiculous. Like it has changed a ton. And it's not just like, oh, who does the best, you know, who can learn the fight fastest when they're looking at it. It's like, who can learn the fight the fastest when they're not. And I would be so amazed if a guild is better than Limit at that right now. Just I just having seen it, I don't know how you could. It is spectacular, the amount of effort that goes into so many details. I mean, so like a completely independent person making weak auras, one person maintaining DBM, like literally getting information from them pull by pull and making edits between pulls. Literally like 3 people dedicated to strats. It's crazy. It's really ridiculous.
Chad has informed us that Kungan is also throwing his hat into the race to world first this year.
This is true.
This afternoon. I had not heard this until now. We have another contender. Okay, thank you, big boy. Appreciate it.
Yep, it's true. Nylum, watch it. They're coming up big time. But point is, they do a lot outside of raid, but yeah, of course, it'll be interesting to see how things go. And I will point out too, BDG, I would say notoriously is one of the best like planner guilds. They've always been really proactive about their planning and their day one execution. You know, they are of course the guild that ends up with multiple BDGG, good point, chat. But they end up with multiple world firsts every tier on the early parts of the boss, and they only raid long the first day, and then they stop after that. This is their first tier where they're really going hard, courtesy of Golden Guardians. Right? So you know, this is a tier where we'll see. You know, is that planning that they've proven so capable of? Is that going to scale out? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so they're kind of at the point on this boss where it's just like they saw 5%, they know how tight the damage check is. They're here instead of splits. You know, as Tags pointed out, what's the time efficient thing to do? Do we want to stay here and wipe or just get enough gear that we can maybe just blast through this check with a sloppier pull? The answer is they're staying here and they need a very good pull and they know it. So you're going to see if there's not a res, somebody's going to be down for 2 minutes. No, they're just wiping it. They know they won't make the check without
Very similar to how Nazoth was like in previous tier progression. All right, somebody died early. Just jump off the edge, reset. We know what we need to do. Let's just go. Interesting point here. I was trying to watch the past few polls comparatively to like the first few. When that first anima container hit 30% or 32, I think the boss is at 70%, which is like 4% lower than it was a few polls ago. So I mean, 4% is hard to make up in a sense, but you can see DPS is indeed picking up. People are getting more familiar, more comfortable with positioning, movement, mechanics, rotations, how they can min-max their DPS. I mean, I would assume that as long as you have a good clean poll, a kill is very easily on the table tonight. And also, nobody's pulled Artificer Zyronic at this point.
No.
It could be I don't know, but it could be a free boss. It could be a Hungering Destroyer. I doubt it, because the mechanics are pretty insane in Mythic. I don't want to get to that yet, but no one's pulled it yet. So like killing this boss and then having even more time ahead in that boss, if they choose to go pull it, more gear from this boss, whether you kill Artificer Zyronic or not, means more gear trading in Heroic. It's only 3 pieces, but every little bit matters. If they think they can kill this boss, it's worth staying. You know, if they don't think they can kill it, they'll leave. But they're still here. I think they can kill it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, and I will say about Artificer, that fight doesn't get. It's complicated, but you know how to deal with all of those mechanics. Like you've already dealt with all of those mechanics, and it doesn't change too much. We'll see. We'll see. I think Artificer could die fast. I just think it's a fantastic fight. I don't know that it's necessarily going to like stop things.
I'm curious because there was some last-second tuning that went out to Artificer today. They actually nerfed the Aura Dread and the Soul Singe, which are like the raid-wide like Aura pulsing effects from like the first phase and third phase. I don't want to get too far into that today, but they actually nerfed those. Well, I guess they buffed Soul Singe. I know they buffed both of them actually. Oh, they buffed.
I was gonna say I didn't think they nerfed anything. I think they only buffed this raid today.
They nerfed Bliss of Destruction, the tank debuff, I believe. But yeah, so they buffed the actual 2 raid-wide damage auras on Mythic Artificer, and those are all present in the final phase. I'm just saying, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, but that fight's pretty cool too. I love my boy Zyronic. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And somebody pointing out that the future is now. How many people are watching this event? Looks like the guys are heading into a brief break, by the way. But yeah, I mean, the future is now. I mean, however ridiculous many people watching this stream right now, Max has 63K viewers or something. Of course, if you're interested in viewing any of the dedicated POVs for these players, you can click Team Complexity and view all of our wonderful point of views from players both on site at the GameStop Performance Center, home of Complexity, as well as all those remote around the US, as well as, of course, internationally. I believe, I don't know if Squid and Impact or Scott are streaming, but we do now have some Europeans. So we are an international guild, no longer region locked to the US.
Worldwide.
And of course,
Worldwide.
I would be remiss to not shout out, hopefully production doesn't hate this, but BDG, of course, has their stream over there. They are putting on an event as well, streaming everything, making their first foray into the world first event. So, support everybody in this. It is an excellent community event, not just about any one guild, because let's face it, if nobody else was raiding in this guild, if nobody else was raiding in the NA right now, it wouldn't be that interesting. It would just be limited in here, kind of going and cleaning it up. It's about everybody competing.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be, but I add a bit of interest to that, right?
It would be interesting, but it would be less interesting if there's no competition.
You're saying I'm not competition? What do you mean? What are you implying here?
Oh, if you were rating. Oh, true.
How do you, so now that we have Complexity Limit, Lazarus Imperative, and BDDG, Golden Guardians, how do you think, we're on a brief break here, how do you think the introduction of organizations into Race to World First and the high-end rating has changed, I guess, the scene over the past few tiers? Do you think, I don't know, what do you think about it? I mean, we've seen limit align with Complexity, and just the extra level that they could bring in, to the last race, being there in person, seeing everything that Complexity provided for them, just the huge advantage it gained. How do you feel about orgs getting involved in the Race to World First?
I mean, I think the orgs have elevated the level of competition. I'll say, I don't think by any means Limit is an unbeatable guild. I think they're one of the best guilds. The current form of this guild is going to kill content, I think, maybe faster than any other guild in the history of the game, due to the level of resources going into it. And don't get me wrong, the historic guilds are insane, right? You have to look at everything in context, right? You're looking at it in a world where these races are lasting 3 months and people are having to raid and work full-time. Nobody's making a full-time living streaming. It's a different time. The level of resources is much lower. People were insane players back then too. It's just they weren't allowed to dedicate as much time. They didn't have as many people outside of raids doing strats. They didn't have as good of data mining. They didn't have Blizzard being so conscientious to the world first race. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into Limit being, I think, one of the best guilds of all time. And I don't mean to denigrate any past accomplishments, because in their context, they're amazing, as much so as anything going on now. But I think it's pretty hard to not think that this guild is capable more than anybody else in the history of the game, due to the level of resources that organizations bring. We're paying a weak auras guy, right? A year ago, it's a volunteer thing. It's whoever on roster's doing it. The person who's doing your weak auras always has to be in.
I'm kidding.
but your weak auras guy has to be in, so that look at Paragon, right? I forget Paragon's weak aura guy, but he's a genius, right? He did the amazing one for Archimon, totally a game-changing thing. He has to be in for every pull. They have to stop pulls so he can develop his weak auras, compared to now where we have somebody, if we need a weak aura mid-progress, Relo is doing it while they're still pulling, etc., etc. It's incredible. There's just more time. People are able to pull. Everything is more specialized. It's a very, very different world. So organizations have elevated it, doubtless. I mean, there's just more resources going into it for sure.
Right. And Waz also points out it's not just the Race to World First. It's also MDI, AWC, content creation. It's not just the Race to World First that Lazarus and Complexity and Golden Guardians are involved in. It's awesome, incredible they're involved in it with every aspect of the game, or whatever aspect they're involved in. I was just saying on a World First race perspective.
Well, and another thing too is, I kind of mentioned this before, the BDG have their streaming going on, over at Big Dumb Gaming. There's a lot of people streaming this event. Imperative is streaming their event. It's a very community-driven thing. Even before organizations got here, we're kind of in almost postmodern phase of esports, where it's companies make a game with the intent of it being an esport. Valorant was made to be an esport, and probably will be an esport. Overwatch was made with the intention of being an esport. Whereas like WoW rating, it's totally community driven, right? Like we're only here because everybody's interested in it. You know, it's like there's no push by a company. You know, like Blizzard doesn't, they support this a little bit in the ways they can, but it's not an official Blizzard thing. This is literally just everybody being like, man, how cool would it be to get to watch the best guilds progress? And that's why we're here, which I think is amazing. You know, it's a really organic thing.
Oh yeah, comparatively to a few years ago, having this perspective into the race to world first, it was oh yeah, hey, you know, we killed this boss. I'm gonna stream for 10 minutes and talk to my chat, and then I'll see you in a week again. Like this is a completely different scenario. This is a different animal compared to what we had in WoD, even heading into Legion. You know, having this in like in-depth view into what rating is like in a world first setting has changed the game. It changed the MDI, changed AWC, changed everything. You know, like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been elevated. It's just been elevated by the level of resources coming into the scene, which is amazing. And I hope it doesn't stray too far from its roots. Obviously, you know, like money does change scenes quite a lot, and I don't want to be, you know, a cynic, but for sure, you know, hopefully it doesn't change too much because honestly, like this is amazing. Like one of the I'm a huge fan of The Office, and one of the quotes that always stuck out to me is, you know, I think it's in the finale, and Andy says, I wish you could know that you were in the good old days before you'd actually left them. And like, let me tell you, we are in the good old days of like the modern era of raid races. Like for sure things will change over time, guilds come and go, you know, I don't know what the future holds, but like right now, like enjoy it. Like seriously, this is amazing what we are getting to experience, and it's only gotten better in the past year.
Mm-hmm. I think Lip unfortunately tried to bring that beam in and just barely clip the actual edge there. It's super tricky because sometimes when those beams, like you think you're not the person who's lined up properly, but you are. So you try and pivot and jiggle a bit. Just gonna get a soak here. Oh, that was so close missing that soak too. Holy cow. That you pivot into the actual orb and end up dying. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a bummer. No, they don't have a res. Yeah, no, they're just having to wipe it up.
He's dead too. This is gonna be a wipe, most likely. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so the world first race offers some difficulties for Blizzard getting involved. It's much less of like an artificial thing. It's a very awkward competition, relatively speaking. But Blizzard, to be fair, has not like never been involved with competitive raiding. If you recall back to, man, what was the last one they did? Firelands. They used to do those raid competitions at Blizzard, which are hilarious. Oh no, Siege of Orgrimmar. Yeah, Siege of Orgrimmar. They did one. Yeah, it was midwinter versus Method, and they went back and they would do like a speed clear. There was an NPC that teleported between them, et cetera, et cetera. And those were always fun. And somebody saying if the guilds got paid, then none of them would be raiding at the level they are. These guilds have always, like I said, guilds have always been insanely good. Obviously, players are doing it much better. Oh, did they do it in High Mall as well? Yeah. But guilds they have more resources and there's more outside of the raid. But dude, I mean, these, I'll say it, morons have been doing this and devoting ridiculous amounts of time to being exceptional at this game since well before they were well compensated for it. You know?
Yeah, I think Wes is
it's a product of passion.
I mean, like obviously it is a product of passion, but at the same time, there are some restrictions when it comes to, you know, your passion versus paying the bills. But I mean, like, you know, being aligned with an organization and the way that esports and, you know, RWF has developed, it certainly opened more doors for players who might not necessarily have been able to do it before because of, you know, partial time off of work or whatever. Streaming has done that. Race to World First has done that. So I get what you're saying, but I mean, there have been some degens for a while.
Yeah, that's what all I'm saying is like looking at it in the most cynical sense of like, oh yeah, I just want to be a pro so I can get rich. Like, I mean, that's not where we're at. Trust me. And like people, this is genuinely a product of passion still. And that's part of what I mean by it being like a good old days. Like very few people are here cynically just for the money. It's like, it's an amazing event. It's like it's some of the coolest stuff you can do in raiding ever. Right. I mean, it's incredible, and don't look at it just like that. They do enjoy it. Yeah, they absolutely enjoy it, which is awesome.
All right, we do see. I actually want to keep. I don't mean to interrupt you there. I actually want to keep an eye on this first. Like, I'm using this first vat or container as like a gauge on actual boss DPS. I want to see what they're at when they're at like the 32% mark here or so, or whatever they get. I guess it's going to stop even earlier here. They're pushing faster and faster. Like they're just pushing faster and faster here. It feels like, I mean, they've certainly found more DPS comparatively to what they had 5 polls ago. unfortunately, it does seem like they're losing one person or so every pull to like a mechanic they probably shouldn't be. But I mean, I think this is killable tonight. Like, I'm not in the raid. I don't know exactly what they're discussing, but as far as DPS looks like, it looks like they can make that check. And once they get to that final phase again, as long as the room's not covered in stuff, as long as they're not overwhelmed, this could this technically could die any pull, as long as things go according to plan. We had a 4.5% wipe half an hour ago. It's just getting back to it. You can see, like we talked about when we first got here, the mechanics do really stack up in that final phase. You're in one corner of the room praying that you don't get a bad orb spawn with a cutter slicing your raid. Nobody gets rooted in a bad spot. It's tough, but I think this could die. Certainly could die tonight.
Yeah, I totally buy that. Totally buy it dying tonight. Yeah, no, I'm very excited at how difficult these bosses are looking. Obviously we've talked about this a few times, but it's been a minute, so I'll reiterate. This is the 5th boss. And you've got to remember the damage bump from splits and from Mythic and all of that stuff. It's much smaller than it has been in the past. Much smaller. Splits are not nearly as effective as they once were, just because of the way it did. So just because of the way that gear has changed. And we already heard Tags reference that, and Max breaking it down, and it's like, okay,
sorry, I just
no, you're good.
Fast here. We're actually okay. We got a cauterize proc off and fired up, and Eric went down. They used the battle res. We should be okay to keep pushing here, but I don't believe they don't have any more res left. I can't see a timer anywhere, but they had to burn that res. Eric Padre gets insanely low. We're actually gets healed back up. Tanks are low too. We're super low. Darky's super low. Holy cow. Okay, I think we're stabilized for the most part here. We're gonna hit 66% anima on the second container, and I guess they're about to push into third. They're pushing into third right now. So it will be there, but they're not getting the third empowerment on that container. So I guess that's a decent push for a little while. It gives them a little bit more leeway, a little bit of breathing room until they, I guess, gradually get to that 66% mark.
Yeah. I mean, and I think 66 on that second mechanic, which is the bouncing vials, that's probably one to really watch.
Yeah.
Because when that occurs, you're I think that probably costs you the most in terms of caster uptime, having to do that mechanic essentially twice. Because in some cases, like if you haven't noticed, those vials tend to spawn and then they're kind of far from the boss, and then they bounce away, sometimes away from the boss. So in some cases, you're literally having to run out of range of the boss, even as a ranged, to catch those, which costs you a ton of uptime, and uptime is damage and healing, etc. Well, not healing. Healers are not soaking those, I promise. But just damage is a big deal in this fight, and I can see that continuing to be an issue.
For sure. That was a nasty soak there as well in that Harness Spectre pool spawn. They got it last second. I believe he was waiting for the Spectre to spawn. They didn't have the time. He had to shift into that pool with the Spectre spawning. Nobody died there, which is nice. These soaks are getting interesting here, though. They're really compact in the back of this room. What are we at now? 35-ish%. So that second file is pushing right about now. I guess container, give or take. And also keep in mind the first one just pushed to 68%. 68, 66, 69, 66, 78 on third. And we're getting into fourth container in probably about 30 seconds here. Boss is at 31%. This can be tough. That third container is pretty high. If they end up transferring anima around, it's going to be close. This is going to be close. With her channeling fourth container and third one being at 80 now, this is going to be close. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, mechanically, execution-wise, this looks good so far, but oh no, that soak, oh my gosh, wow. Okay, I guess that wasn't as tight as I was thinking it was, but that, if any of those soaks go undone, and there you go, that's exactly what I'm talking about, the amount of uptime lost. 5 ranged players jumping across the room to take care of those costs you so much uptime, even compared to this. Oh no. Yeah, man, as soon as you hit sub 25, this fight toggles. And so I guess this kind of goes back to what we were talking about, right? So obviously this fight as a whole has a crazy tight damage check, but you have the ability to move your lust. And that's always one of the big questions that you talk about while you're progressing. I mean, we beat that topic to death on the desk. Do you move your lust to 25%? Just because I think it makes a huge difference, right? Get you out of that phase one set of mechanics earlier, skip a tank ad, etc. Like, I think it can. The question is, can you do that and then also kill the boss before you just have all full?
Where are you saying they move their lust to final phase? Or just guessing? I don't know. Because if you
final phase, I would say you want it to overlap with final phase. You just want the second half of the boss to die faster than the first half of the boss. And right now that's inversed, right? Or faster, relatively speaking, right? Because that sub 50, like I said, one thing gets harder, which makes the other things harder, and then those other things get harder, which makes that thing harder, right? It's like things get bad, and the ability to just lust and get out of that as fast as possible is good. Obviously, you're trading that off against total damage, right?
And you're gonna have the other first canister being at 66 earlier, or sooner. You have to deal with that mechanic sooner, but I guess it does get you out of that phase. I don't think like Exposed Desires is as bad as like the first canister being as bad as like the third one, second one with triple soaks, or like third or fourth. The first one doesn't seem as bad. It's Warped Desires like a tank running out. I don't think it's as bad. But obviously, I mean, they probably know a little more than us about where they want their less timing and things at this point.
Well, no, for sure. I mean, yeah, I'll defer to Max, obviously, but I just as an intellectual exercise, I think it is interesting to talk about that. And I'll put it this way: they may need to lust the pull, but when you get there, Kalamazi, or I get there, or really most people, you're lusting that end phase. You're lusting when 3 minutes come up, probably, because you're wanting would you do 3 minutes or would you do 4 minutes? Because the fight's shorter than 6, so you probably do it at 4 minutes and you hold 3 minutes for a minute and then lust at 4 minutes and go really hard. I don't know what the fight time is.
It makes sense, probably. I mean, but very similar to how like Zoth was when they reached it early. They were lusting. They were lusting, I think, first Psychus, then final burn phase. I mean, guilds towards the end were lusting. I don't know. Middle of the fight, I have no idea. Things change very much from progression, especially in a world first setting, comparatively to a guild, even like a top 20 guild. You know.
Yeah. Well, and people asking about like Echo in Europe, like it's hard to say, right? I mean, like Echo and Method. First of all, Method is a guild that we've seen do this before, recover from a catastrophic roster explosion, right? So like, don't write them off. Like that seems ridiculous to do. Like Method is the most storied guild with the best legacy in this game. Limit will give them a run for their money, I hope, but for now, like, they are culturally extremely relevant and skillful. Do not write them off. Echo obviously has a lot of world firsts. They have more world firsts in their roster than Limit does, So obviously both of those guilds are great, but I defaulting to saying Echo is the better guild, like, yeah, maybe, but I don't think it's as far off as people are thinking. And sure, yeah, whatever. There's obviously been some drama with Method. Don't want to get into that, but you can't deny the fact that they had a very long time in which they were profoundly dominant. And they are two different guilds, right? Sko's still running Method.
Yeah, so, very true.
Don't write either off, I don't think. But we'll see. Obviously, we shall see. But for now, we are looking at the guild in front of us. Limit, of course, Complexity Limit. Which
there's no lust on pole. They pulled lust off pole.
No take that, Kalamazi.
What I was agreeing. Watch this container. So we're actually is there no lust here? Is this debuff thing in a weird place? Like they're at 68% and the container 30. What did they do here? Oh wait,
did they reset? Are they disjointing lust?
Did they somebody else?
Okay, so this is I don't know if they're doing it, but maybe they did this. You used to do this on some fights where you would lust with your healers not getting the debuff, and then you would lust for your healers separately while your DPS had it. So you lust on pull, and then you lust for your healers at 30%. DPS don't get the effect. I didn't see them set that up, but
they did. THD has stated debuff. So I'm looking right now, I believe.
Oh, okay. Well, that's exactly So that's awesome.
Well. Yep, there you go.
Yep.
I don't know if this is a new swap or not. Did they swap healers, or they had Draini and Nori in for a while?
Yeah, Draini Nori maybe. This has been
okay.
And Audio. Sorry, man. I have my hair down most of the time. I don't put it up in a ponytail all that often. I like it down. I got it colored and everything. So ponytail just hides it. How do you set that up so that you lust at different times? So I don't know exactly what they did, but you can do something as simple as like you have your healers. Well, I see it's a pain to set up though. There's probably a really clever way that they're doing, but basically the idea is you get debuffs on your healers so that they don't have it. You leave the raid, your healers lust, and then they wait like 6 minutes or something, and then you pull the boss. Your healers have the lust debuff at the start, and then you lust at the start. Your healer, your DPS didn't get that lust outside of raid, etc.
Someone's saying that it's above his raid frames.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Frames. Oh, it is. He does have stated above. Okay.
Yeah, he said it. Yeah, there you go. They're not doing that. I was going to say, I didn't think they set it up that way.
I didn't think it either, but yeah, it's awkward.
But that is how you do it.
Learning people's UIs is one of the most challenging parts of the day one race for world first as a caster. I'll tell you that much. It's hard to find battle reses for debuff versus a lot of stuff.
So people asking where his mana bar is, I actually don't think he has a mana bar. He has that weak aura above his target frame where it says maybe 3, 45%, Nori 21, Dryny 94. Those are the actual healer
Right.
totals.
Those are raw healer mana numbers. Right. Very true.
Yeah. Yeah.
It seems to be a pretty cool. I mean, we're gonna see second and third canister hitting. Ooh, that was so. Are you kidding me? That jump. He jumped through the cutter at the last millisecond.
Skill cap, maybe, baby. Let's get it.
That was good. That was good. We're gonna see basically all three canisters hitting rank 3 now. Third one's hitting now 70. Second one's hitting basically right about now, give or take, and first one's gonna be hitting about a second or so after. It's gonna be pretty intense, pretty fast here. 65, 66. First one hits 66. Second one's a little slower, but they're all on the cusp. Here, all right. This is basically hitting phase 4 right now. We're at 30%. Make it through this last line thing here. Make it through lines, make it through ads, and we should be seeing a relatively clean push.
And look at those DKs creeping up on the meters there. DKs, of course, now having an execute. It's very relevant. They gain a lot of damage, and we've just entered into that, so you'll see them really tearing it up. That last tank ad just died there. This is kind of a lull very briefly before they get that next tank ad and all of these mechanics coming in and the animas. So this is some of the biggest burn that you'll see, and then you're just going to go into another cycle.
Look at this positioning. They're good. It's really close. They have to move through. They have to shift through right now. So this is not bad. Cutters are done. Ads are done. And bottle animas coming out. But this is going to be the important part. The key thing here. Watch the anima UI element here. If any of those hit 100%, they wipe. It'll explode and kill the raid. They can open the container. They can open 1, 2, or 3 to shift the anima around. Number 2 is probably the highest candidate right now. If it hits 100%, they have to shift it. Which means I think Squid goes down. They have a battle ray. They do. All right, so we're still okay here for now. Get these ads down. You're gonna have, I think, lines again. 90% though. What's boss at? 10%. It's gonna be close. This is gonna be close. 92. They have to open.
Yeah, so that tank ad's never dying. These are probably the last set of ads that you're going to see dying. Oh no, they've got to soak these vials. You see all the uptime getting locked. Oh no!
All the turtles.
Whatever hit. Oh, no. But it was only Kingfly died there. Yeah, no soak. Only Kingfly died there.
Lines are brutal, dude. Look where they're at.
Boss is at 5.5% here. This boss is dropping crazy fast.
They open number 2. They open 2. Look at number 4 now. 94%. They got to beat this push. They have to beat this. 3.8%. 96, 97. Oh, it's so close. Explosion. That's close.
So here's the thing. At this point, if you're not, you aren't recalling. Oh wait. Oh, okay, dude. I was like, oh my gosh. I thought it was like 500. Man, so close. So close there. So Mythic mechanic right now. Basically, what they're dying to is the vials filling up, right? And they had to drain the second one in order to buy time. But when you drain them, all of the others start absorbing that anima. So the other ones start going up when you drain that individual. So what you need to actually do is every single canister basically needs to be even. You need them all to be even because you can't really afford to drain there, like we just saw. I mean, their management was like okay, but you need the top one and the bottom one to be as close together as possible. Otherwise, you're just going to get into that position where one of them is about to go, you go to drain it, and then 3 seconds later, they're just topping off, and then you just instantly die. Yeah. And that fourth vial filled because they were draining that second one because they had to. So close there. You're going to see them have to micro that draining so much throughout this. And you're probably not going to notice it that much as a spectator, but I promise that is something that they are thinking about constantly, exactly how to make all of those vials as even as possible. And that's one of those things where having people outside of the raid is amazing because it's something you can do with the spreadsheet, right? You can say, okay, so you need to, after the first one, drain this one. After the second one, drain this one. After the third one, drain this one. Like it's a solvable problem. It's just a bunch of slopes and you just need to make them equal, right? Completely solvable equation. It's just kind of a tedious thing to do. And, if Max is the person who's coming up with strats and has to take time out of the raid to do that, that's a huge pain versus just having people in the wings able to solve it out, you know, having tags or Bubba Dub or what have you. I mean, or even, you know, Relo just making a weak aura for it like he did for Hungering Devourer to help handle the stacks. Stuff like that contributes a lot to the speed at which you're progressing versus, you know, there are times in this game's history where it's like, okay, we just need to take a 35-minute break because I need to figure this out or I need to write this weak aura, etc. So